Hey, everybody. Sorry, we are running a little behind, but I want to introduce you guys to Stephanie. She's been around for a long time. Um, you can tell when somebody's following a case or just really like what they're asking, what they're sharing in the comments. We get to know each other over the years for sure. You get to know somebody's personality, whether you know their name or not, or real name or not. But anyway, so today we're joined by Stephanie, and she's here to share a story. I'm reading a thing, okay? So I feel weird. She's here to share a story that goes to the very heart of what we talk about on this channel all the time. When we talk about trafficking, she's lived the kind that smiles. She's lived the kind that smiles in sacrament meeting. Born into the LDS faith, Stephanie's childhood was one of constant upheaval, moving 35 times by the age of 15. At
Mhm.
11, she was pulled from public school, supposedly to be homeschooled, but in reality, the work to work full time. This wasn't just hard work. It was forced labor from selling mistletoe door to door in the cold until 11 at night to tarring roofs at 12 years old just to pay rent to a landlord who was in the stake presidency. Her story is a direct line
Mhm.
into how doctrines of work and obedience can be twisted into tools of coercion and abuse. She's here to talk about the mistletoe season, which is upon us, right? And the system
Yeah.
that allowed it to
Yes.
happen. So, everybody, give a warm welcome to Stephanie, aka Ms. Fancy Pants.
Thank
Okay.
you so much for having me and for being willing to listen.
Mm,
Um, I've been screaming ever since the Lori Daybell case that this isn't new. Like this treatment has been going on for generations and generations, and it's more of a Utah culture thing and a Mormon culture
mm,
thing than than it is, I guess, in the shadows. It's everywhere in Utah.
yeah,
Um, so thank you for having me.
I'm glad. I'm
Um,
honored. I'm honored.
thanks.
So, yeah, let's just relax. Look, I had a boomer moment backstage.
And I
Okay.
can't see the comments either because I'm in
Oh, you
StreamYard.
can't?
No,
Oh.
no, I
Oh,
don't know how to bring
well,
them up. So it's
the only way you could, but I don't know if it'll interfere, if you can do it on one device where it won't interfere, because if you open another window on wherever you're at, it'll
yeah,
echo.
yeah,
So if you can
yeah,
do that
sure.
and mute, you're fine. On if you click on
Okay.
YouTube is what I meant.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
We'll
allegedly, you're
see. I'll
fine.
I'll I'll let the comments go for now and then I'll log in on my computer in just a little bit. Um
Okay.
so the type of child labor that I was subjected to is considered domestic servitude.
Mm,
And it's actually the most common type of child labor that's hidden. Um it really happens a lot in residences and small businesses. So people, I guess, they see children as an additional helping hand, and then that additional helping hand becomes unpaid labor.
wow.
Um, so based on what the child labor laws are, sorry, bear with me. Um,
It's okay. I mean, I think that this is gonna teach us a lot today, and I think we're maybe all gonna go, "Oh, maybe I was too," you know?
right,
So we're not
right.
trying to
So
start a scare or anything, but
I think there's a lot more people that have been labor trafficked than actually realize it.
yeah.
So in my case, like it was really, it definitely forced work. So if I didn't behave, if I didn't do what I was told, I was actually beaten pretty severely. And
Mm.
just a warning, I'm gonna talk about physical abuse pretty plainly here. So I'm sorry if it's gonna be pretty plain. So
Most of my viewers, they're pretty well aware that it's kind of, hey, we always talk about heavy stuff, so
right?
you have to
So
get
I'm
through it,
sorry if
though.
I talk about child abuse very plainly and
More than welcome. We're sorry that, we even have to discuss it, but it is a matter of fact, so It's important. It's your
Yeah.
story.
So, for it to be child trafficking, the children are denied food, rest, schooling, access to their families, or are first forced to work under threat of harm. So, in my case, like it really happened the year I turned 11. My mom got remarried. Um, she married a guy from Richfield, Utah, and I don't know if you know anything about Southern Utah, but
I'm learning.
it's like polygamy land. So over
Mhm.
in Richfield, the LDS and the FLDS are still very intertwined, and so are their belief systems. So with my stepdad, his belief systems were very much FLDS, and honestly, he would get another wife if he could have.
Oh
He
my
just
gosh.
wasn't able to because he joked about it a lot. He lost his previous wife to cancer before
Oh.
he met my mom, and so he would always say that he was a polygamist anyway because he was sealed
Oh,
to my mom in the temple and his
uh,
previous wife too.
there's a couple prophets like that too in the Mormon
It's
church, in the LDS church, the mainstream.
yeah, yeah.
One right now, right? Dallin Oaks, doesn't he have
Mm-hmm.
another mother in heaven? Not
Yeah,
mother.
right. It's interesting.
Is
So I really oh go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know if this is what I need to be displaying right now. Sorry, this is our first time. So,
And I don't normally go live. It's not really my thing, but this stuff needs to be talked about.
yeah,
So for
it does.
fair labor standards, um, the federal law has a minimum age, and that's 14 for most jobs. It can be as
That's
young
what
as 12 in Utah for agriculture jobs. Um, but they're required to pay the children, and they clearly can't beat them. Um,
Right. I mean, it's kinda like what just popped in my mind was Ruby Frankie and
right,
working the vlogging and all that and
right.
not really paying them. That's
So my mom, she always wanted her own businesses, and I guess the mistletoe sales was her business. She called it Mistletoe Creations. So like every October, like the end of October, we would go to Oregon. And the mistletoe, it's a parasite that grows in the top of oak trees. So people are
is it
more than happy to let you go on their property and retrieve it for them and cut it off because
is it
mistletoe actually will kill the oak tree. It's a parasite plant.
okay. Is it
Um,
similar to like, it's making me think of moss, what we call moss, and we have
uh,
mistletoe and moss, so
no,
probably.
no, there's some
No?
pictures of mistletoe up there. It's like it's a
Okay.
it's a plant. It's got
Kinda
leaves.
like this?
Yeah, it looks like that.
Oh,
It looks
wow.
like that, and
Okay.
people hang it in the doorway, and it's called the kissing plant. It's for
Hell yeah.
Christmas. Hmm.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so in October we would go and gather it up, and then we would package it um, and label it, and we'd sell it for like $5 a bundle because you can't get real mistletoe anywhere. Like you just can't buy it. It's,
Right.
it's
It's,
poisonous too. That's probably
yeah,
another
grass.
reason.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, the berries are very poisonous. Don't eat them. Um,
Oh, no. Okay, these
right.
red berries, right? Yeah.
They're actually
Okay.
white berries.
Oh, wow.
I don't
Okay.
know why they put red
They
berries
didn't
on
get the
them.
memo. They did
No,
not
they
get the memo.
didn't.
Okay, maybe like this.
Yeah. So we
It doesn't
would
matter.
go and package all the mistletoe between like November and Thanksgiving, and like individually package it and put labels on it and count it and inventory it. Um, so that way, the day after Thanksgiving, we could start going door to door to sell it. And for the door to door sales, it was actually me and my sister that's
Hmm,
3 years older than me. So we were the two glutton for punishment. And I think it's because we were
man.
really cute. Like
Yeah.
I was I was
Oh.
still 10 turning 11, and my sister's 3 years older than me. So we would go to I guess they were middle class neighborhoods. I
Mhm.
would even consider them lower middle class now. that I'm grown up looking back on them.
Would
And
y'all step up from your neighborhood, like, from where you
oh,
lived? Would
absolutely,
you step up,
absolutely.
like, when
It would be
Halloween?
like 3 steps up. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it would
I
be like 3
gotcha.
steps up.
Gotcha.
If they had the nice brick houses, 2 cars in the garage, a wreath on the door, and it looked like they were financially stable, like we were going knocking on those
Mhm.
doors. And we would start at 4 in the afternoon, and the goal for the day was 500. So until we sold $250 worth, we couldn't have a break. We couldn't sit in the car. We couldn't warm up. And like we couldn't eat. So our earnings it was tied directly to when we would eat and when we would get to
Oh my
rest.
god.
And we weren't in like proper winter clothing. Both of us had holes in our
Right.
shoes, and we didn't have proper coats, we didn't have gloves, we didn't have hats, like people could tell it was two really poor kids going door to door, so they felt sorry for us. Um, but
Wow.
yeah, right. So at first we started and we'd hit like my stepdad would drop me off on one street and he'd go 2 streets down and drop my sister off. And that worked just fine until we started meeting creeps. Like my sister and I both encountered creeps doing door-to-door sales. There was a guy that he answered the door in a towel, like he had just
Mm-mm.
gotten out of the shower, and he intentionally let his towel fall as he's inviting
That's
me
so
in.
gross.
Right?
I'm
Horrifying.
so sorry.
Horrifying, right? My sister, she
Ah,
was also flashed. And then someone actually tried grabbing me. It was another guy in like a robe. I don't know what was under it, but he's like grabbing my wrist saying, "Come inside, I've got the money inside." So after
mm-mm.
that, we went in pairs because it was safer. Um, but it was
Mm,
still like really hard work. I don't know if you've ever done door-to-door sales, but it's exhausting. It's
I can imagine.
and it's kind of humiliating,
Did you hate
honestly.
it? Like, did you
Oh,
end
I
up resenting
hated
it?
it. Oh, I hate
Mhm.
it. Like I will not I won't do door-to-door stuff like for
Yeah,
any
I don't
reason now.
blame you.
I'm done
It
with
it
it.
it re it gives me the vibe of, like, Girl Scouts or missionaries. I mean, especially with all
Yeah.
the missionaries that are around there in Utah. Well,
Yeah.
is there a lot of missionaries in Utah
No, there's
that
a lot of
do door to
missionaries in Utah.
door?
Mhm.
I never
Mhm.
thought about this.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
So like
Oh, no.
my stepdad, if we refused to go out or if we had a bad attitude, or if he thought we took any of the money,
Mhm.
his way he said he was getting our attention was to grab us by the throat and then
Mm-mm.
slam us against the wall and choke us until we would admit to whatever it was he was trying to get us to admit to.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was a big guy. He was like probably 350 pounds when he married my mom, and he just
Whoa.
got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so like he started out with the extreme use of
Mm.
force, and then it got worse and worse as we got older, and as we, I guess, fought back. Um, it just, yeah, became worse. So my mom, she also sewed baby clothes and she wanted to have a business storefront. So she found a business storefront that was, I guess, cheap enough, and it was in North Salt Lake.
Mhm.
So she rented this little business storefront, and it was great because for a couple months, they could afford it. And then something happened, and somehow my sister, it was my older brother, my sister that's just older than me, and then me, we were volunteered to be like custodians at a building called
Mhm.
the Business Habitat in North Salt Lake.
Wow.
So I
Wow.
started,
Nice.
yeah, yeah, I was still 11 when we started there,
That's
and
crazy.
Yeah, it started out like pretty easy work. Like it wasn't much harder than cleaning the church at first. At first, it was just vacuuming the hallways, cleaning the walls, cleaning the bathrooms and the
Mhm.
common areas. But then it got a lot harder. So by the time I turned 12, um, the owner had us like replacing ballasts in light fixtures and running electrical wire and Sarah, we patched holes in the concrete with
Mhm.
asphalt. We tarred a roof at 12. Like they didn't put harnesses on us. There was no safety equipment. There was no gloves.
Mhm.
And like if you look at the building, you can just walk off the edge. It's dangerous and it's dangerous for kids. So, like these jobs, my brother, my oldest brother, or not my oldest brother, my brother that
Mhm.
was working with us, he was
Mhm.
16. He could have been legally hired on as a janitor,
Oh,
but
wow.
this man that owned the property, he decided to do it under the table.
Of course, because he doesn't have to
So,
pay taxes on that,
right.
unemployment taxes. My grandparents owned so many businesses, but their 2 main ones were rental properties, so I did my fair share of cleaning, and they owned a mom and pop convenience store that had been around for, like, 50 years, and I
Wow.
mean, I used to sleep behind the counter, so I know for sure when we talked the other day, I was like, "Definitely.
Did you get
Definitely."
paid?
I mean, sporadically, but my mama was very sweet and nice, and she would
Yeah.
pay me even if I did something nice. She'd be like, "Here," and I'm like, "No." But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this works. I mean, she didn't abuse me, but I don't know what all the things are.
I
But it
think
just made
there's
me
a
think about that.
difference between having family members help out in a family business and
Mhm.
forcing children to work for a roof over their
True.
head.
That's true.
Because,
Yeah, good idea.
at that point, the three of us
Mhm.
kids were paying for the roof over all of our heads.
You shouldn't have to worry about that as a child.
No, no, you shouldn't. And I talked to my sister about it. I'm like, we should really talk about this because this is
Mhm.
shitty. Like, it's really shitty. The guy that owned a business, he was in the stake presidency. So we would go to church with him and he sat on the stand and he'd always smile and wave and he was really friendly. But he also never questioned why we weren't in school or why it was okay to use children
Mhm.
for work, unpaid
Mhm.
work, why it was okay to use children for dangerous work that you need an electrician, a licensed electrician to do, by the way.
That's wild. I'm scared of
Um,
electricity. I won't do it.
right? I've been shocked a couple times. It's not
Nope.
fun.
Mm-mm.
Um, yeah. So it's like she sees it as we did what we had to do to survive.
Mhm. And
And I do
terrible.
too. I do too, but I also see that these adults really took advantage of us.
Mhm.
And um it's it's not okay. It wasn't even illegal then, also.
Do you think it was, generational and taught to them, like a learned behavior? Like their parents or somebody,
No,
where they come from? Really? Okay.
no, I think it came from the church teachings.
Okay.
So the church teachings, work and obedience is worship. So in Mormonism, like work isn't just a value, it's a virtue and it's doctrine. So, like there's phrases that I've heard my whole life, like obedience brings blessings, exact obedience brings miracles. That's
W A lot of people, I think, and myself included, during Lori's trial, the Arizona ones, I think it was actually a little bit in both, where she was just trying to express that she did everything that the police asked of her. She complied, so to speak,
exact
in her mind,
obedience.
and she was, like, trying to prove that her and Alex Cox were obedient. That's what I got.
Hmm.
It just became, like, Wow. She's like, "I'm telling you what I did,
It's
and I
not
meet
just
all the
obedience,
criteria."
it's
Right.
exact obedience.
Worth too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right?
Whew.
So President McKay, he was in
Mhm.
most of the manuals that I was taught from growing up. But he says work is the law of heaven. So
Hmm.
it's it's like when you're asked to work, you don't get to say no because it's a sin to say no to work.
Okay.
So like the harder you work, the more, I guess, righteous you're considered, which is ridiculous.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, my grandma was righteous then.
right? Right?
I can't
So,
imagine.
yeah, there's a lot of quotes about obedience and work.
Okay.
Like
I'll look.
they start out really young. They start out in primary at 3 years old, and you sing these songs about obedience, like follow the prophet and
I
keep the
I learned that one.
commandments and put your
I
shoulder to the wheel. Like
That's
put your
Tammy's song.
shoulder put your shoulder to the wheel is like a really popular Mormon song.
I mean, not
Um,
a funeral though, right? Because that's what Tammy's
no,
was.
that's odd. That's odd. Like,
That is odd.
why didn't they do like if I could hide a collab or something like that instead of
'Cause
I'm gonna work in heaven? You
it's
know?
something to do with, like Lori saying that they were busy on the other side, that Tylee, JJ, Tammy, they're working. They're working their
Hmm.
missions on the Chad too. So it's like, what? What?
Well,
Eh,
Gordon B. Hinckley, he said, there is no substitute under the heavens for productive labor.
oh,
He
I just found
also
President Trump.
said, he also said, work is not a matter of economic need alone. It's a spiritual necessity.
Wow.
So it's
Huh.
like it's interesting. If you grew up Mormon, like you learn early that like pain is considered sacred in
Yeah.
some ways.
Okay, so
And
this falls in line with Ruby and Jody and all the things I've learned about the Hamblin case and
mhm,
how they play the opposite game, it's called. And it's where you scare a child. Okay. This is all
mhm.
mind psyops, basically. And you scare the child and then you smile at the child. And it's very confusing, right?
It's very confusing.
And it does
My
that whole
my
love is hate.
stepdad served in the Vietnam War, so I figured like he just brought home torture
Oh.
techniques.
Ooh. Well,
So
turns
I
out the church
figured
had
that's where he got it, but I think they were actually getting it from parenting classes at church.
okay. Tell me more
Um,
because this plays right into Jody,
so
Hildebrandt, and
right
David.
right about that same time frame. Um, let's see here. Let's skip to when I was when I was 15 is when I was taken away from my family. Something
Mhm.
happened and we'll talk about it next episode. I'm not going to get into it this time. Um, something happened and it allowed me to um escape. I climbed out the window and I ran to St. Mark's Hospital and in the middle of the night, and I told them everything was going on and I had proof of it. And so I was taken into protective custody by the state, and my parents' parental rights were dissolved at that point
Were you
instead of being
relieved?
prosecuted. Yeah, I was so relieved. I was so relieved. Because when I ran away, I was sure they were going to beat me to death. Like I was positive they were going to kill me.
My gosh.
Yeah. And it's so interesting enough. No, we won't talk about blood atonement yet.
We have a whole venue planned, y'all, and
Oh
it just gets
gosh.
deeper and darker, so bring your hip
Yeah.
boots today and maybe rubber boots maybe, and then hip boots
Right.
tomorrow, and then we'll do chest waders. Okay.
right? So
because this is gonna
everything,
play I'm sorry, just wanna let them know that this is
yeah, yeah.
going to lead into finding more out about Tim Ballard and the inner workings of OUR, which he's back at,
Mhm.
so
Yeah,
he
and
never
we'll
quit.
go
He never
into,
stopped.
yeah, we'll go into how the church hides abusers and um in my
Mm-mm-mm.
opinion, I think the church, how they hide and recycle abusers is actually what created Tim's industry for him to be a savior. So I think they created the problem and the savior
Do you
for it.
think I mean, and I lean this way, I do you think that the leaders were doing this too? You know, like the trips that M. Russell Ballard would go on to Haiti and all kinds of places and all the I mean, he shakes hands or shook hands with so many higher up. It's like they all have been hanging out
Yeah,
and
I think he was
he's finding
definitely
these things out.
approved by the higher up. I mean, Tim was like Tim's best buddy was the Utah Attorney General,
Mm.
Sean Reyes. So it gave him a lot of validation and a lot of clout that he wouldn't normally have because he was backed directly by the Utah Attorney General
And a
in
free
his
pass.
office.
Like,
Yeah, it's
he
interesting.
guarded him. I mean, I don't know how there's not any repercussions for Sean,
I don't
allegedly.
understand that either. I really don't. Because Sean Reyes is really crooked. I mean, we know he was sniffing cocaine off a stripper's ass. We know
He
that
was.
because it is
Allegedly.
in court
I'm just
well,
gonna
it's in
say.
court documents.
Yeah, according to court
So,
documents, alleged.
so according to court documents, it's not allegedly that he was sniffing coke off a stripper's ass. Um,
Well, I remember hearing about that, and I was like, "Oh, it's probably one of the latter things I learned about," because I was like,
right?
"That's really irrelevant," you know? I don't
Right?
really
Like that
you
is
can
not the
tell
worst
they're
thing you've
on
done,
something.
Sean.
I grazed over it.
Oh, goodness
My
gracious.
gosh. And yeah, you can something's going on, you know? They're
Right?
a trip. They're very busy people, and, they're movers and shakers, and I'm exhausted right now. I used to be able to
Mm-hmm.
keep up, but girl.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
So, so for kids, I guess a lot of the reason that they comply with the forced work is because of what we're taught growing up. Um,
Mhm.
so for me, like also Neil A. Maxwell, he was a big person that was quoted. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. He was quoted a lot. So Neil A. Maxwell, he says that trials and tribulations are designed to help us grow spiritually. Our faith can be tested when we are asked to wait or endure something difficult. Um,
Hmm.
Also, this also feeds in it too. So Mormons believe that in the pre-existence that you chose your family. So my mother would constantly tell me, in the pre-existence, you chose your family, you chose your trials and tribulations. So if you don't like it, it's your own fault because you chose it. And I'm like,
Why?
wait a fucking minute. Like, I would like to wait a
Like,
second.
no, bitch,
Like,
I want
hold up.
returns.
Right? I didn't
Returns.
ask to be born. Second, I
Yeah,
didn't ask to be
thank
born to
you.
you guys.
I pulled that one. I'm like, "Oh, I didn't ask to be born." Yeah.
Right? Like I did not choose all
Mhm.
this, as they say.
Sucks sucks to have to remind them every now and then, you know?
I know, right? Um, but like suffering is a huge part of the church. And so they believe that suffering is
Mhm.
healthy and good. And
Hmm,
so
that makes
when
sense.
we are worked by our parents or beat by our parents, that these trials and tribulations are to help us grow spiritually.
I just took the long way to go get the belt, is all I did. Or I wore extra croissants, you know?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
didn't work. No, my parents
it's
were
terrible.
cruel. They were cruel. They would strip you down naked and then beat you.
Ugh.
It's yeah, I'm not sure if my stepdad brought his discipline techniques home from the war or if he got them from people like Jody Hildebrandt because it was really, really bad, like
Do you
really
think
bad.
do you think he picked that up from, generational abuse? Like, do you think it happened to him?
It's possible. It's possible. But I don't know. Some of it started before with,
Mhm,
with my mom, like
mhm.
the whole
Right.
stripping you down, like that would happen as long as I can remember. It was just like a
Mhm.
humiliation tactic.
Okay.
So
That's
they
true.
humiliate you and then beat you, and then
Into
you're,
submission.
mhm, yeah, you were literally
Mm.
beaten into submission.
Whew.
He was horrible. If you talked back, if you tried to fight back, I saw him like take my older brother by the neck and put his head in the toilet. Like,
This
yeah.
happened to
And he said it
to
was
mm,
cooling off. So they would, if you started yelling at them, they would grab you by your hair or whatever they could grab and put you in water. So after a while,
mm,
I was a really angry teenager. So
rightfully.
my stepdad actually kept the bucket of water out, and he would grab me or my sister by the hair and hold us underwater until, you're like kicking for air. So
Mhm.
it's, I don't know. I heard the Frankie kids went through the same thing too, or similar.
Yep,
Like
she
I
journaled it.
remember, hearing her, um, like dipping one of the kids' head in the
Mm.
mop water,
"Can
and
you hear me
it
through the
reminded
water?"
me.
Or yes.
Right, it reminded me, and so, like, I'm trying to figure out, are these torture
Mhm,
techniques that were taken from
mhm.
Vietnam, or were
Ah,
they from Jody Hildebrandt? Because
either
this was the
way.
same time, this was the early
Mm,
2000s, like the year 2000, and so Jody
mhm,
Hildebrandt was actually in practice, and
mhm,
at this point, there was over 100 troubled teen, um,
mhm.
offices, like rehab centers in
Oh,
Utah.
man.
So it was really, really, really popular.
Stephanie, this
That
reminds me, and I mean, I fight with this because I'll never know, but, like, JJ, he was
Mhm.
found with a, bag over his head, duct tape, all the things, and it reminded me of this holding them down, scaring them until,
Mhm. You
sometimes it
scare them
goes
into
too far, but
submission.
yeah, scaring
Mhm.
them, torturing them, that, and not to mention, I found out probably 6 months later. I don't know why I didn't register this. I don't know if everybody registered this and I just was late to the party, not party, or if my brain was protecting me and didn't let me absorb this part, and it's kind of out there. But a possibility that he could have been buried alive. And I was just like, when I heard that, I was like, "What? What did y'all," like, I had to rewind it
I
and
would
say,
hope
"What?"
not.
I mean, we'll never know, but
I hope not, but
it's par for the course with what I've read with these SRA, or I'm just gonna say ritual abuse because that's what it is.
mhm.
Um, it's terrible, but it is, to me, it seems to be this group of people, these families that are taught this generationally, and it's kinda infiltrated that way, and
But I don't
then
think it's just a small group that's been taught this,
oh, no, no, no,
because
no,
there's
it's
there's
not.
people outside of the church that in Utah that are also
Mm,
treating their kids this way. If you look at the
what?
news the last 2 years, Utah has
Mhm.
a child torture problem.
Oh my god.
Like, it's it is what it is. They didn't start calling it child torture until about 2 years ago. Um, the laws were
Why?
changed
Mm, to suit?
because it's so common here.
Mhm.
If you look in the news, if you look back, there's a little boy named Gavin Peterson. Um, his family
Oh,
wasn't active Mormon. Um, they weren't the same.
is this
I don't
it?
know. It's like they weren't the same type of people.
Okay.
They were a little different. But that poor little boy, like, went through the same thing that, that the
Yeah.
Frankie kids went through. And that, I mean, I think the Frankie's abuse was a lot worse in other ways because, like, how do you make a kid hug a cactus? I'm sure, actually, I don't know, like, if my stepdad had access to a cactus, I'm sure he would have done that too. He was evil.
So
Like, when
this
he
big
passed away, I was relieved. Like, I felt the
mhm,
world was a safer place without him in it.
understandable.
So, yeah, this little boy, he went through the same exact
Well,
abuse, but he didn't survive. So, for a really long time, like, I thought these problems were um, less
isolated?
common. Yeah, I thought they were isolated, but they're not. They're really, really not.
My god. I have not heard of this case, so
This is a
I
really
I've
heartbreaking
got my
case.
plate full, but
It
this is
sh- it should
I
have
mean,
gotten a lot more publicity than it got.
did they get, um did they get just I say justice loosely.
Yeah, they charged the dad and the stepmom and a sibling for child
Wow.
torture.
Although it's a complicated family history and the division worked with each household at several points. What?
Hmm.
In Gavin's life, as early as 2013, the information outlined in the statement only includes information relevant to Gavin and the household where his death occurred. It shouldn't happen.
Hmm.
It shouldn't happen.
Child services should have taken him out. Child services failed him.
Yes. Wow. Okay, well, I'm gonna put this in the chat and people can reference it if you want to. We have to continue, unfortunately. It sucks.
It
Yeah,
does. Um,
little kids.
s- right. So by it was really by about 2000, um,
Mm.
that's when the wilderness therapy program started popping up in Utah and Arizona.
And
And
doesn't, Mitt Romney behind all that, huh?
I don't know who all is behind it. I know Dr. Phil, is part
Mhm.
owner to one of the schools in Utah that was shut down because they actually killed a kid.
In South
Um,
Carolina or one of the Carolinas,
no,
right?
in
I
Utah,
believe.
in Utah.
Oh, what? Okay.
Hmm.
I remember Jody Hildebrandt or Adam Steed, I think it was, said, I think, about Jody Hildebrandt, uh, being in the same ranch where Paris Hilton had
Provo
gone to a
School,
double.
Provo Canyon School.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I
that's where
didn't.
she went.
Okay.
Those
Oof,
are really interesting places. So, um, I
it's
think
a
some of
problem.
them can be useful in some circumstances, but I don't know, not just the rebellious teen places, not the wilderness programs. I don't think those are
Like,
actually helpful at all. I think those are it's I think it's basically sanctified abuse because they're using the kids for heavy labor also. Like they're using the kids who are there being punished to like move rocks and landscape and clean
mhm,
and let's see here. There's actual survivor description, like survivor um, court filings where like these kids they describe digging latrines with their bare hands,
mhm.
like and like hauling rocks and heavy logs in 110-degree weather. Like they literally torture these kids and they call
Basically,
it
where we heard
discipline.
from the Frankies.
Hmm.
That's going and
Where do you
picking up
think they
trash
got those ideas
barefoot.
from?
I mean, come on. They're just
Uh-huh. Where
another day in the neighborhood,
Ruby
basically.
was really just implementing a lot of these same
Technique.
discipline techniques or abuse techniques that they use at the wilderness programs. Um, but yeah,
That I couldn't get too much into all this because of everything else I have to research. I mean, I watched some of the documentaries and I know a little bit, but I don't know much. I just know that it's pretty sketchy
it's
and
it's really sketchy. Like
rampant.
I think that some of them are actually like they use the kids for work to clear fields and in place of hiring other employees. And then also something that people don't know is there aren't many people who work in healthcare who work at these troubled teen places. Their
Hmm.
second jobs are like at gas stations or at Ross, you know. They have no they've no schooling for it.
No regulation?
There's no
Or oh,
regulations.
okay.
So there's no
Yeah.
licensing, there's no school required for it.
Oh my
And
god.
so you get all types of people, and you get a lot of people who grew up thinking that, um, pain is
Mm,
virtue. And
well,
so they want
thi
to inflict pain on kids.
this is reminding me of, like, uh, Teen Challenge. Well, yeah.
Hmm.
Oh my
Hmm.
god, what the F?
Hmm.
I mean, and I'm thinking back when my real dad, he was growing up, he had to go to a juvenile type. It was juvie, but my dad was bad, but not really bad. Um, but it was like youth challenge program or something like that, and that's why I'm here. My mom likes bad guys. I don't know. I'm kidding. Mama, I'm just kidding. But I mean, okay, so Teen Challenge was something that was considered for one of my step siblings who was going through,
Hmm.
drug addiction. And now, like, learning all these things, I'm like, mm-mm, mm-mm, none of those. Like, I just, not so I can, flesh them out or whatever.
Yeah.
They just don't seem to be, it's like there's a front. There's always a front. And then all the really dark shit's going on way back, in the
Yeah.
back room.
Those teen the teen rehab places, those are huge money makers. They bill insurance like
Mm.
$7,000 a day.
This sounds like Jesse Hildebrand. I'm sorry, this is what I do. This is
Literally,
y'all.
it's
I'm sorry.
$7,000 a day. Or
I
sorry,
can't
so
imagine.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
what do you do with that?
insane.
It's cheaper to do drugs. I'm just saying.
I know. I know.
Just being
Well,
sarcastic.
some
Mm,
of them, some of them the church will pay for. So a
mhm.
lot of the times the kids that go through these programs, they aren't rebellious, they aren't hooked on drugs. They're saying no to their parents and they're developing their own personalities and their parents don't like it. So they send them to these facilities.
Chad Frankie
Mm-hmm.
and the
Chad
talkier.
Frankie.
Mhm.
Right. There was no reason for Chad to go there. Was he addicted to drugs? Was no. Like
Um,
actually addicted to drugs? Was he trying to get a hold of like cocaine, heroin? No?
right.
No?
I feel like
Okay.
they were trained because I saw too many similarities in, I mean, just how, like, the 2 older daughters were found at Pam Botcher's house
Mm-hmm.
cleaning, went and picked them up, whatever. It was weird. I don't like it. I hope it's and that's bad for me to say. I hope it was just labor trafficking. I hope. But I feel like
I
it's much
hope,
more
but
sinister than that.
it probably
It's
does because the church hides all of the abuse, like
right.
everything. Um,
Mm,
I personally think like if the church didn't want child abusers and pedos in their pews and teaching their classes, they would excommunicate them instead of moving them around. But they
mhm.
don't. They move them around to a different location where nobody knows what happens, and then they have an entire new group of victims to choose from.
Mm.
So that's what I
This is a
think.
this is a picture I got from Tim Ballard's Facebook, so,
Interesting.
yeah, it's not very bright, but I was like, "Oh, I need that. I need that." Yeah. And I use it on purpose, but anyways, it's yeah,
Wow.
millstone. For people who don't know, it's a guy, allegedly, with a millstone tied around his neck. He likes to use that one, so and I literally got it from his Facebook. So, I'm just saying, it's like
Mormon history is
the
very violent.
it is. It's so violent. Very.
It's,
I
yeah.
I don't have anything to compare it to besides I've never you know, I've never looked into Catholic, stuff here locally, but I never endured any of that. I don't
I
know
don't know.
anybody close to me that endured it.
I'd be willing to say that the Mormon Church has done more harm than the Catholic Church has done.
I think that's a very fair statement.
I mean, it seems like the Catholics have a few bad priests, but
That's true.
they,
Yeah,
I don't know, they have a few bad priests, but in the Mormons, it's like, there's at least five pedophiles sitting in your ward.
that's where they're at. That's where the
Uh-huh.
product is in their mind.
hmm
And if
So
they're
they,
never held accountable, responsible, then it's a repeat.
I just think if they really wanted to protect the kids, they would excommunicate the pedos.
Can you imagine how wonderful or just normal, I don't even know what that is anymore, the world would be, could be? I mean, just if there wasn't like direct evil, like darkness working against you every step of the way. Every step.
Right?
I mean, I'm not trying to, diminish anybody's hope or anything because trust me, as much as there is that, there's also the light that counteracts it. It just is. Thank God I was able to see that through the kids when they were missing and then found. And thank God there's light to give you hope because it's pretty dark,
Mm, it is.
but you good people, all you good people here, you know who you are. So you were one of them.
Oh, thank you.
You were.
I find it odd that Utah is so behind in their human trafficking laws.
It's
They
on
didn't
purpose.
even they didn't have laws against it until 2008.
Hmm.
Okay? So everything my parents did was perfectly legal because there was no laws against it.
Kind of like they
Um,
just lowered the marriage
mm,
to what? What's the age? 11 or something? 12?
where is that?
Utah. Utah.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Let me check. Let me check myself. But
I didn't hear that.
yeah, let me find it while you go ahead.
So yeah, so Utah's legal timeline, like they didn't outlaw labor trafficking until 2008. They didn't consider it a thing. And then they added to it to the bill in 2020. Um, but like even now, only a small handful of labor trafficking cases are ever prosecuted because it seems like the state has the law to exist in name only because they don't really use it to prosecute. Um, if they wanted to prosecute for that in Salt Lake, like they could go after the Kingston clan, the Order. Like those guys are super, like they are just as bad with the trafficking, but it starts younger. Like in their court filings, there's
Mm,
kids that have talked about being employed as young as 5. Like
that's ridiculous.
right, right. So part of the reason why Utah made their labor trafficking laws was because of the FLDS and how they use their children for work. So it's really, really common for kids to leave school by 12 or 13 and then work full
Mm,
time for their family. And with the order, a lot
mhm.
of the times they do get paid, but it's not much. It's like 75
Yeah,
cents an hour. Um, it's
and
like
it's
prisoner pay.
it's different for the boys and the girls too, right?
Yeah, it's very different for the boys and the girls. Yeah,
Mm-mm. There, I put that at the bottom too. Just some helpline.
that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Do your own research though, okay? Just
For
don't trust
real.
anybody. I mean, don't just go and trust anyone is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So I think that Utah has these problems that they have, the child torture problems and um, the child trafficking problems because of the church's teachings. I think it actually starts there um, because of the church's emphasis on obedience and their uh, demand to appeal to hierarchy. you have to it's so weird. Um, like you're supposed to go to your father, and then if your father doesn't help you, you're supposed to go to your bishop. And if the bishop doesn't help, then you're supposed to go to the stake president. And that's about as high as you can go up.
Hmm. That's but never the police. Like,
No, no, never the police.
I think that's probably the most important thing that I've picked up from survivors, just to go to the police, educate
They
people to
deal
go
with
to
it
the police,
internally, is what
and
they
then
do.
go do the sin thing, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Hold them accountable spiritually there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But take that power, because that's what it is, a manipulation tool, and, go to the police first, and then go to your bishop and report do whatever you were gonna do, call the helpline, the hurt line is what
Mm-hmm.
I call it,
Right.
and that way you took at least that part of it out of their hands. Just confess after you do it, whatever, "I
Mm-hmm.
confess, I called the cops first," they'll be getting in touch with you because there's so many other ways that they can backdoor it from there even.
Yeah, usually what happens is if there's something wrong, like if there's abuse going on, then the kid will go to um, a church leader or the bishop. And then the bishop calls Kirkton
Mm,
McConkey in Salt Lake and they tell them what to do. And usually, what's done to child abusers is they're just moved. So they're moved wards. And
this happens in
then
the Catholic Church too.
they give them a blessing, they give them a fresh start, and then their records are sent over, and it doesn't have any notes about, what happened in the last ward.
It reminds me of, Neil A. Maxwell, "Forgive and forget."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Giving
No,
just bippity
really.
boppity.
Really,
Yeah.
it's really weird how Mormons look at forgiving the perpetrator. If you want a good example
Yeah,
of that,
I
if you
do.
want a good example of that, you can look at the church shooting that happened in, I think it was Wisconsin, the Mormon church. They
Uh,
raised more money for
Michigan.
the shooter and his family than they did any of the victims.
Yes, they did. And
And I just find that weird.
Like Ted Bundy also, um, where, they wrote him letters and cards and, like, when he was on trial in Utah or something along those lines.
Weird.
Yeah, it's like Chad, I'm just where's his little fan club?
Hmm.
And I don't believe it's like followers. I don't think they're, like, following Chad. It's a bunch
I
of
think they
people
have the
that
same
believe
belief
this
systems.
very same thing,
Yeah.
and then Chad and Lori got scapegoated with it. They're the fall guy. So
Mhm,
that system, I found it in other places, like the Hamblin case. I found it online in academia, It's
mhm.
everywhere. And they just talk about measuring it's just different coded words, coded language, and I mean, I was thinking about this earlier today, sorry to go on a little tangent, but, like, we have coding for computers, we have c people who do this, bill coding, medical
Yeah.
coding, insurance coding, all these things, and yet people are just like, "Code words, really?" And I'm like, "Get over yourself." Remember whenever the Adelsons are using TVs and stuff? Come on now. I mean, that's why we get hurt, and that's why
Right.
people, get away with so many things because we're
So
like me, I was scared to be called conspiratorial.
in the primary manual, primary is the
Yes.
child is like children's
Okay.
Sunday school. So literally in the primary manual, they have this lesson and it's I can be like Nephi. And the excerpt that you're teaching about says Nephi did not complain when he was hurt or bound by his brothers. He trusted the Lord and he was blessed. When he is okay, so the story they're talking about is Nephi's brother like bound him in rope, like tied him up and then
Mhm,
beat the shit out of him. So apparently that's normal and you shouldn't complain about it because it's a blessing.
mhm.
Like it's so
And
odd. Like that's what we're teaching children. Nephi did
it's
not
the first
complain when
story.
he was hurt or bound by his brothers. He trusted the Lord and was blessed. What does that teach you?
Mm-mm-mm.
Like it's just it's weird. And every Mormon child learns the story of Nephi and Laban. And um I
Yeah.
really feel like this is what sets off a lot of Mormons, because so Nephi is one of the most revealing examples of how obedience, even to morally disturbing commandments, is framed as divine and righteousness. So the story is that Lehi's sons, Nephi, Laman, and Lamuel, and Sam, they return to Jerusalem and they're looking for the golden plates. But Laban has them, and he's like a really powerful guy and kind of like a mayor or something, but he also keeps like the genealogy and the scriptural records. So he had the
Mhm.
golden plates. The story
Interesting.
goes that Nephi tried to get them back 2 times and he failed. And then the Lord, um, the Lord leads Nephi back into the city where Laban lives. And Nephi finds that Laban is drunk and unconscious in the street. So he cuts off his head,
Wow. Yeah.
right?
Um, if anybody's
And
new here, I've had to learn this because it was
right.
used in our case. So
So the actual scripture is, and Nephi said unto me again, Behold, the Lord have delivered him into thy hands, wherefore thou shalt slay him. And that's verse First Nephi 4, verse 12.
and it's actually
And this is
whenever
from the church manuals. Nephi hesitates because he's never killed anyone before, but he reasons that God's commandments must be moral and they must be followed.
mm,
So I'm sorry, what does that teach? It teaches that you can murder
which
when
is
it's convenient for you.
teaches my aunt how to do this. Ready?
Yeah,
Lori then sends
exactly.
Alex a message at later that night at 21:50 or 9:50 p.m. Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and
Mm-hmm.
so will you.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's wild. You can't make this stuff
And
up.
right. And
It's the it's the
in the
first book, right?
story, yeah, it's the first book in the Book of Mormon. So Nephi kills Laban and puts on his clothes and then he robs him. Okay.
Mhm.
Like they're justifying murder and robbery there
That's true. Yeah.
because,
Wow.
it was needed in this case.
So when Lori, mentioned in her defense as her own attorney, of course, in the Arizona trial, that it was just what you call it, a um, inspirational quote. I was like, good one, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
justify that, okay?
Right?
Yeah,
It's yeah, it becomes a problem when the church teaches that God's will supersedes human ethics and human laws. Because I, s- I still think that Chad and Lori believe that the prison walls are going to fall down and they'll be able to walk out.
gonna turn Pauls into Sauls, whatever she said. Stupid shit.
She's crazy.
I have to
She
laugh at
is
her because
crazy.
cuckoo. Makes me feel
But,
sane.
right, there's other, like throughout Mormon history, there's all sorts of killings that are justified. Um, And it's like they should be condemned and considered murder, but they're not because the church
Mhm.
has a reason for it.
Do you think the church leaders or whomever is over the scripture, okay? I mean, do they keep it in there because of what it does? Because does it tear a person apart? Do they wrestle with the scriptures literally? Like,
I think what it does is I think it makes the kids think about um, what their line is when they would actually kill.
and then you add in or sprinkle in just the constant follow the prophet, follow, and
Mm-hmm.
all the indoctrination. And then you
Mm-hmm.
grow up, let's say you're a young boy in the LDS church, and then you enter, what is it? Church education system. You go to seminary, you get
Mm-hmm.
Jason Mao as a teacher or I mean, I know they're not all alike, but this has been happening for a long time. Mike Stroud was his teacher before in the seminary. So it's like,
That's how you
it
build
just
special
seems
exactly.
exactly. And
People.
that's where we get Des Nat. That, well, in 2007, Elder Ballard actually, at BYU Hawaii in 2007. I just learned this. I was like, "What?" He basically, like, I don't know if he commanded them, but he was, like, pushing them to take to the internet. It was new. It was,
Mm-hmm.
more new back then, and can't control it anymore, so what do? Weaponize. That's what I think, and he was like, "Hey, don't let other people online dictate your beliefs." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Well, is that the hidden gems today? Is this, the rhetoric? Is this DesNat? Is this the
Jason Mao is
militarizing
Desnat.
and correcting?" Yes.
Jason Mao is Desnat.
I know. Hashtag. Yeah.
If you look it up, there should be a picture of Jason Mao's
I
face.
think there is. No,
That's
I'm
the
kidding.
definition.
It just it's playing out today even, so it makes me wonder, even if I know, like, controlled up or what made Lauren start her podcast? Was it because she heard that in 2007 and was like, she took it upon herself to
I
combat
don't
the narrative?
know.
I'm just saying, these all kinds of questions go through my mind now.
I know the church does pay for
Mhm.
influencers to do content. And if you're
Yeah.
Mormon and admit you're Mormon and do the whole light the world thing
Mhm.
in December,
Well, yeah.
that I
Oh,
know
I
they
know
pay
some.
out an extra sum for that.
I actually remember just recently somebody uncovered or shared a story of Lauren as a young, uh, what do you call it, a reporter? I don't know.
Hmm.
And she was actually reporting the news on the Pay It Forward program that the church did. I mean, I'm just saying,
Hmm.
that's a little, it's really not weird. It's in
Interesting.
Utah in the church, and they do the Pay It Forward. So it's
Huh.
kinda like, it sounds like Angel Studios with the Sound of Freedom. Pay It Forward. That's what
Hmm.
it sounds pretty janky to me now that I'm thinking about it. You know it is. It's in Utah. You know it's
It is
janky. It's
janky.
inverted.
It, it is.
Oh my gosh. I'm laughing, but dang.
I know. It's hard to take what the church says seriously now that I've been out it for a while. It just I look at this stuff and I see it as ridiculous and I can't believe that I ever believed it once or even partially believed it.
You should, and the way they do that, I think that's by design to intertwine God, just regular God, just
Hmm.
God. Everybody's God, everybody's source, and they have to be the middleman. There's always, it's just like Tim Ballard wanting to be the middleman or trying, all these people. There's so many of these LDS guys and people who want to be the middleman. They want to save
Hmm.
everybody. And I'm like, stop it. This is the
Hmm.
thing. They want to help, they want to save, and they want to be the middleman when you can do it all without that. And they're just charging on top of that, like adoption agencies. Well, let me broker that for you. No, thank you.
Those are,
Okay.
I don't know, some of those adoption agencies I think are
Mm-mm.
really close to child trafficking,
Children need
especially
family.
children need families. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
That one I think is really bad. Um, so you can actually follow some of the kids that were adopted. Um,
Mm.
I
Huh.
found I found 2 pages of kids that were adopted from Haiti through Children Need Families, and one of them I know ended up going to the troubled teen industry,
Oh no.
and they talked about
Oh,
it.
poor thing.
And right, and of course things aren't going to go great when you're, adopted from a war-torn country when you're 6 and then you're sent to Utah and you're expected to just assimilate. And
Yeah.
you're with this white family, this white Mormon family, and they're teaching you all this weird stuff,
Mm-mm.
all this weird stuff that your skin color is a curse from God, that it's the curse of Cain. It's
Mm.
really odd to me that they are taking kids from Haiti. And the reason I
Mhm.
say that is because of the scriptures and because of the doctrine.
Right.
Um, the
It's
church
very good.
doctrine didn't allow Black people to be priesthood members until it was 1978 is
Year
when
I
they
was
changed
born.
it. 1978. And then it was still into the 90s where I remember like they still weren't really allowed to hold
Mm.
callings.
I can't imagine being,
I
black,
can't.
a man, or I don't know. I've tried to
Every
figure
time I
that
see a
out
Black
too.
person in the church, I want to
What are
ask
you
them, do
doing?
you know church history? Like, do
Yeah,
you
now's
know
a good
church
time.
history?
Mhm.
And it makes
Yeah.
me, I don't know, I feel
But I've
really bad
also
for them.
seen a lot of just white Mormons leave because of that, as they found out, they're like, "Oh, hell no." And I
Hmm.
mean, I commend them for that. Not like, you're not taught all that. So you're born in it. You don't know that the outside world is not like you, or you're
Yeah,
taught
yeah.
maybe that the outside world needs you to save them because you have the one true church and the one true gospel and all the one true things. And without them converting you to the church, the one true church, then you're not an apostate. Well, you are. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm
Ha, ha,
apostate.
ha. Okay. Hey,
I am an
everybody,
apostate because
every
I left the church and I speak against it now. So I'm the worst
everybody
kind of
hit
apostate.
1 if you're an apostate. Okay, let's you're all welcome. Welcome to outer darkness. All right.
Welcome, apostates. You're in good
Sorry.
company.
Yes, it's my favorite people. It is.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, church teaches obedience, exact obedience, and it's dangerous. I think blind obedience is the worst, the worst
Yeah.
way you can follow.
It teaches people to just trust, right? I mean, well,
To
blind
trust
obedience,
without
right? Yeah.
verification.
And so then you have
Yeah,
everybody doing the MLMs and they're like, "Hey, Sally, you wanna buy Tupperware set?" And they're like, "Sure, you wanna buy some essential oils?"
it's
Everybody's
pampered
like, just,
chef now.
you know, whatever. They're having them sex parties, they are.
They are. No,
Long
they
time
are.
ago.
I know that
Let's
for sure.
let's
Because I've
just
been
get that
invited
out.
to some and I'm like, I don't want
No,
to
it's
pick out my sex toys with you there.
I bet they're rowdy as hell because, they're all just so
They
combustible
can.
is what I think of, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we should
Yeah,
yeah.
it
Y'all have
creates a
any
pressure
stories
cooker.
like that? If y'all wanna share, you're more than welcome to email them to me, and I'll have Stephanie read them. I'm just not today, but oh my gosh, right? Can you imagine? I went to a fun party a long time ago, but, you know, it wasn't with a bunch of church ladies. See them, on Saturday and then go to go to church on Sunday.
When I was young, there was a group of ladies from the church that we'd get together and we'd go to Buca de Beppo's for dinner or someplace, and we were wild.
I can only imagine, right? It was crazy. They need
Still love
maybe
those
more of
ladies.
those. They need more of
Yeah.
those so they can loosen the hell up.
Yeah. That wasn't in Utah, though.
Mm.
They don't do that here in Utah.
Yeah,
They
Diamond
they
Dave,
go
he
out of
has
state to loosen up.
Diamond Dave, he keeps, he's from, the international side, and
Oh.
we're gonna build a
Oh, I want to hear his opinion from like the
right.
international church because I hear that it's a little bit different, but I don't
I
know
wonder
like
how,
what ways it's different.
yeah, I was gonna say, what ways? So,
Yeah.
maybe we can have a panel or something one night, or
Heck
just,
yeah.
a jam session, we'll call it, whatever.
Heck yeah.
Cool.
Um,
Yeah, that would be fun. Oh, thank you, Miss Mojo. Appreciate that.
hey, you can drop a link. He can hop up and talk with us.
Smiley Tally. I never put that together. Okay. If you want to, Dave, Diamond Dave. Let me see. All right.
I
I'm
want to
a mama
hear
back here.
his opinions about how the church sees work in Europe or where he's at.
Okay. You heard that, Diamond Dave? And then I'm gonna please nobody else click on this link. um, okay. All right. He saw that. All right.
Sweet.
Red Rover, Red Rover. Right. Oh, dang, he is fast. I'm so not. Okay. Ready? And
Awesome.
one, two, 1, 2, 3, go. Hey,
Hey,
fix
welcome.
your hair. Your makeup is, yeah, you gotta fix it.
Yeah,
Just
my
kidding.
my makeup. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go to bed soon because it's like 2:23 a.m. here, but I can talk for a bit.
Okay.
Um, so Stephanie said what? Work, like volunteering, or like
I guess
I
it's
just I
Volunteer.
just
volunteering.
hopped
It's
on
being voluntold. Um,
voluntold.
yeah.
So like the way the LDS Church works, I'm in Mongolia. And in
Oh,
countries like Mongolia, India, Indonesia, proselyting is illegal. So you cannot go to, door to door. You cannot even stop and talk to people on the street. I've seen,
really?
yes, it is illegal here. I did some research in the process of like moving here because I was like kind of curious as how that works. But yeah, so it's yeah, proselyting is illegal and
I
culturally
usually have to
f-
tell the
f-
missionaries I'm a lesbian to get them to leave me alone.
oh yeah,
You don't say that
that's
around here.
That
and I
works,
mean
by the way. If you get
yeah,
missionaries at their door, tell them that you are same sex attracted and they will leave you alone forever.
yeah,
Dang.
but yeah, and so it's also
Okay.
culturally just not a thing. People don't just randomly talk to each other on the street, or at the very least, I've never seen it. So
Hmm.
but
That's
so
interesting.
how they operate here, for people who don't know, it's called a service mission. So what they'll do is they'll build wells or they'll teach English, which is pretty predominant in Asian countries. They'll teach English and then they'll kind of hint at what they believe and then invite people to tag
Oh.
along. Because in that setting, if you're having a conversation, technically it's not proselyting. But if you were to go up, like, if you or Kresher would walk up to me on the street, that would be illegal, and like hand
It
me a
kind of
tractor
sounds
preach.
nice. It sounds
That's
nice a
wild.
little bit,
It does a little bit,
right?
Yeah, yeah. So they operate fundamentally differently. Also, too, like there was a temple announced here in 2023, and that hasn't gone anywhere from what I'm seeing on this side, because what the
Oh,
LDS, so many people don't know this, but we've talked about it on like other Exmo podcasts that I go on. So what the church will do is they will announce temples, right, to
Mhm.
show everyone, hey, look, we're growing, but they don't actually get permission before they announce. Some key
oh, so then
examples.
they have all the
Shocker.
zoning.
Shocker.
I think Rebecca Biblioteca has a podcast called Mormon-ish podcast, and
Hmm.
on that podcast she talked about, as an example, China, where they announced a temple in Shanghai, and the Chinese government officially responded and basically said, nobody told us this was happening and we never approved this. They also announced a temple in Russia, but because BYU Pathways has been avidly supporting
Mhm.
Ukraine, the Russian government deemed them a terrorist organization.
Can
And
you
there was a
imagine
whole,
Russian Mormons? They would be intense.
yeah, I actually know a Mormon who did his mission in Siberia, and he's on the podcast Ward Radio, Jonah
Okay.
Barnes, and he's kind of like off the wall. But yeah, I mean, they're virtually non-existent outside of most parts of the U.S. The one place they are growing is in Africa. For a
And that
couple,
is so strange to me.
there's two reasons for this. One, Christianity is predominant in Africa, so it's an easy crossover. The second thing is because if you look at Mormon history, there's a lot of folklore and kind of folk magic, if you will. You know, you have the rock in the hat,
Hmm.
you have the Heavenly
Hmm.
Mother, and
They're
things
more
like that.
likely to fall for the white salamander bullshit.
Well, I mean, if you look at traditional African practices like Palo Mayombe or out in Uganda or especially Nigeria, there's similar folk magic that's there in their culture.
Hmm.
So it's not far off. And actually, part of the reason why I joined in 2020 was because on the surface, I'm Hindu, there's a lot of surface level ties to Hinduism
Really?
in Mormonism. Yep. So
Interesting.
you have the Heavenly Father and you have the Heavenly Mother, which in Hinduism can be referred to either as Shiva Shakti,
Mhm.
masculine and feminine energy, or
That was
Lord
story in
Shiva,
hell.
goddess Parvati. The Celestial Kingdoms is basically a knockoff of the caste system.
It is.
Um,
It's very bureaucratic.
and then you have what Mormons believe is people existed in what's called the primordial existence, right? So
Yeah,
we're
where
all
we
up as
chose,
with
yeah,
God.
like I was talking about where we chose our parents and our trials and tribulations, right?
Yep, yep. So we start there, and then we go into what's called the veil of forgetfulness, where we forget all of
Mhm.
that. And then we end up here on Earth, and then we, depending on where we end up, in the celestial kingdoms, it's similar to reincarnation in that way, because how valiant you are in the primordial existence determines what kind of parents you get, what countries you get, and then
Damn, I must have
after
been really,
that,
I
yep.
must have been a
So
fence sitter.
You're lukewarm.
yeah, so there's a lot of crossovers, and that's why it's booming in Africa. And what's interesting, and this fits kind of the mo that I'm seeing, is that Africa, it's exploding, but only among very poor people. In India, it's
Mm.
there. It's very very fringe because of geopolitical and cultural things. But it's again, it's very very poor people of the Dalit caste, the untouchables, or
Hmm.
tribals, or anyone that's on OBC status for being basically untouchable. They get government
So they're
benefits.
taking advantage of people who are vulnerable.
Yeah, basically. And I've kind of seen that vibe here in Mongolia, in that I've seen two elder missionaries, two men in the north side of Ulaanbaatar, the capital, and that's like the very poor side. That's like there's the
Hmm.
Ger district, everything over there. Um, I did see two sister missionaries in our area, but I don't know what they were doing there. My guess was like either shopping or eating or something. But I can't see anyone of like even a middle class in Mongolia joining the LDS Church.
Hmm.
I have issues how they take tithing from the poorest people.
Yeah.
There's a
It's
reason. There's a reason for that too,
Oh
and
my
that's
god.
because they're desperate and they have nothing,
partially.
and so they're willing to give anything for a hope of something better.
It's actually much more sinister than that. It's the
Hmm.
power of scale. And there was an Indian billionaire who basically made a Ponzi scheme. And his
Hmm.
approach was instead of working with the wealthy people, because India only has a handful of billionaires, it's like, 5 powerful families.
Mhm.
Hmm.
He decided to take small amounts of money from a lot of Indian people. It's called Sahara Parawar, and you guys can look it up. It's on Netflix too. But basically,
Hmm.
117 people in India. Can you give me 1 second? I'll finish the point. Give me
Yeah.
1 second here.
Hurry up. No, I'm picking. I'm joking. Um, I'm looking for Mike Stroud's pictures right now or I typed it in, because I think he went there. Now that it's
Mongolia.
just kind of starting somewhere over there. I mean, I'm not very familiar, so I sound really ignorant. And
I'm back.
I'm looking for them now. I think Mike Stroud did a mission there, but I'm gonna show it to you whenever I find it.
Yeah.
If that you can tell me with yay or nay. Let's see. Sorry, I found it. I don't know. See, that's Mike Stroud right there. And let's see. Yeah, it was a photo bucket online. I
Oh,
found it. I don't know how to tell. Besides, I think there's like one photo with him or somebody in front of. That's interesting. Makes me think of Skull and Bones.
interesting. Why is he holding a skull?
Right? Because he found it. No,
Let's
Fancy.
take it home.
Looks sick.
I would
But yeah,
show this. It's gonna be loud. Go
but
ahead.
back to my earlier point. So if you take small amounts of money from tens of millions of people, you will make a lot of money.
Hmm.
Under the radar too.
Yep, under the radar, and then also some of it, Stephanie, you were right on about is it's cultural, right? So like in India and other parts of the world, depending on the religious system and how it's set up, a lot of religions are works based. But
Hmm.
if you can get someone, say in India, to pay 10% of their income and check these boxes, to them, a very poor person, that's basically a you know, get out of this
Mhm.
shithole card. So they
Right.
will do it. It's you pay your way to heaven because that's easier to do.
So something that the church does over here, and I'm sure they do it in other countries too, is they require you to pay tithing if you need help from the bishop. So if you need help from with food or anything, you're required to pay your tithing first, and then they'll help you. So I went through a stage where I needed help, and they had me clean the church. So when I had to do this, I had split up from my husband, and I had two little kids. So I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and they
Mm.
told me to pay my tithing, and they would, get groceries. But I had to put in like 12 hours of work at the church, cleaning the church building with two little kids when I had two part-time jobs and I was going to school full time. Like that's not helping.
Mm-mm. No, babysitters, or you have to leave your
There
kids somewhere.
there is a
Well,
caveat. There is a caveat to that, folks, and that is Stephanie is right. Unless you are an influencer. When I joined the LDS Church, I had 120,000 followers on Facebook, and I joined in Minnesota at the Lake Nokomis Ward in Minneapolis during the Floyd riots and COVID. I got a promotion, and it was in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I wanted to move to Provo because at that time, yeah, that's where all the Mormons are. I want to be there. The
mhm.
bishop paid my way out there, paid for 5 nights at a hotel next to the SLC airport, and helped me find a place to stay.
Wow.
When they got
Dang, you're not even a pedophile. That was nice
no,
of them.
like, well, I mean, it's nice, but the thing, but the thing is, it's like an average person has to do this. There's a huge amount of favoritism in Mormonism, right?
Oh,
Mhm.
But if you're
I've
an
not heard that yet, but that makes
there's a huge,
sense.
yeah,
Oh,
because I mean, like my contract expired when I was in Provo. I think it was in like 2022 or 2023, and I needed a place to stay quick, because I had like the 30 days. So I told my bishop at the ward in Provo, and because he knew that I was, you know, doing influencer stuff and posting AI pics of like temples and things like that, and trying to get people to join, they paid first month's rent, last month's rent, and even
Wow.
helped me fix my car.
Hmm.
But other people don't do that. Like you look at any influencer on Instagram,
Wait, go
Facebook,
back.
YouTube.
I know that guy.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that guy that was just there, like I know from
Hi,
work stuff.
Hector.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks familiar too, come to
He-
think of
He's
it.
he's also alleged to have been at Tommy Harrison's house, Tom Harrison's house, or
Really?
wherever in the Salt Lake City office, teaching them how to portal. Chad, Julie, and some people said Hector. He had visions too.
Interesting.
Remember? Hmm. He had Pathway to
Interesting.
Zion (PTZ), which shut down. It looked like it reminds me of a scene from Fun with Dick and Jane when
Mm.
the stock market is crashing and like everybody is like shredding papers and it's chaos, okay, in the office and people are just running everywhere. Jim Carrey like grabs a ficus and he's running, I mean, it's just mayhem. And that's what it was like reading the screenshots of them. Okay, we're shutting down Pathway to Zion. Don't tell your bishop. Don't tell this. And I'm just like, oh my god, hello. They were shutting it down. It was wild.
Do they, Diamond Dave, do they still have the same firesides in Mongolia area that they do in like Utah and Idaho and
I'm going to be honest, I assume so, but since I left the church before I moved here, I have no idea. I would assume so because the church tends to keep things uniform when it comes to firesides, family home evening, um, because that's really like how you establish control over a group of people, right?
Mhm.
Because they had different of like if they had different firesides going on, or some people could join general conference, that big annual meeting, or twice a year,
Mhm.
whatever it is. um then it would fracture and fall apart, right? And then it would go
It,
against its own doctrine because it's the restored universal church, so
mm,
everything is kept universal typically.
I'm
it
waiting
started
till
with some
Tim
fireside.
I'm waiting till Tim starts his own restored gospel of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
It
Like
would be
triple filtered
NWO.
restored.
Yeah.
He's into the woke.
Firesides are basically like things you can watch online, or go
This.
to the church, and they're just basically like Sunday schools. They're just,
It,
people
look,
giving
Preparing a
talks.
people
it,
was a fireside series.
mhm. Well, and so is Jody Stoddard here, like, or Millennial Rain. Like, these are the people I started like making myself watch, listen, write, take screenshots of, and I've run across it. And I mean, this is from Jody Stoddard, and it was on Millennial Rain, which had like over 1 million views from 2019 or so
Mhm.
to I don't know, I haven't checked in a few years, but it says, and I mean, it's think about Lori and the whole translated being thing, and it says, and they use scriptures, uh, Third Nephi. I don't know how to talk
Hold on,
scripture.
I can't
Okay,
see it.
so I know it's blurry. I can't, but it says, therefore, that they might not taste of death, there was a change wrought upon their bodies, that they might not suffer pain nor sorrow, save it were the sins of the world. And it's like footnote translated beings. I mean, and that's light. I wish I would have found a better one. It's wild. It tells you how to do what they were doing. It's a process and a recruiting system. Like-minded
Interesting.
people, code phrase, and they find each other in AVAL. They
Mhm.
they talk a certain language. They talk Mormonese is what I call it.
Yeah. So firesides they used to be held at the church or at like the bishop's house, but they're just hour-long meetings,
Mm.
either on Saturdays or Sundays. I don't know, sometimes Wednesday nights. And it's like an hour-long lesson about, I don't know, usually about Mormon history.
Yeah. That's what I mean, Brandon testified to that about Melanie Boudreaux Plasky.
Is
And
she
he was not
teaching?
invited to these, and they were doing genealogy and
He
things.
wasn't invited to the firesides.
No, she told him he was not invited. He said he was gonna go suss it out, you know? Like this right
Interesting.
here. This says Mike Stroud introduces this concept of the Church of the Firstborn. He taught that once you become personally taught by Christ himself, which is a code phrase, you become a translated being and one of the elect 144,000. In my opinion, this means that you're getting into the NWO.
Right? New World Order. There is
Yeah.
actually a New World Order because the church wants to be
United
in every
Order.
country, and they want to be the one and only true church.
The United Order was something that Joseph Smith wrote about back in the day or whatever.
Really?
Taught. Uh-huh. I got that from Hiram Anderson, or one of the places I got it was from Hiram Anderson,
Hmm.
who's, I think he's passed away since, but he used to, I forget what he did, but I don't know. I found some old video of him going, "You want to be the one of the 144?" He just was like a old timer. It was, I don't know. It's, I'm not Mormon, never been Mormon. And the only thing I knew about Mormonism kinda was the commercial I used to watch or see on Saturday mornings after cartoons or around cartoons.
We are the
And it was like,
Mormons.
compassion, pass it along. That was it. But this, you can become one of the 144,000 called to usher in the second coming per the book of Revelation. This is a very popular theme in these fringe groups, the idea that their NDEs have somehow allowed them special access to see what others cannot. It also gives them like authority, kind of. You'll see this in Chad's books and the books he published for Julie Rowe and Melanie Gibb.
I
Once you
don't
become
think it's
translated,
fringe.
hmm?
I don't think it's fringe.
Oh no, I'll die on that hill. It's just
Uh,
who's in the club and who's not in the club, basically.
Hmm.
to
And I
answer
feel like,
fans,
oh, go ahead.
go ahead. Oh yeah, I was gonna say to answer Fancy Nancy's question. So, what I heard in Mormonism, and it's gonna vary because like each generation, it's like a completely different church, right? So, what I heard from kind of more extremist fringe groups
Mm,
is 144,000 will get into heaven, but they will keep recruiting because there's going to be something known as the Great Falling Away. So
mm,
basically, what happens is everyone's going to get recruited, and then something is going to happen. What that thing is going to vary depending on what group you're a part of. But some major cataclysmic event is going to happen, and then the
mhm.
overwhelming majority of believers will fall away, and only 144,000 will remain true.
I've got my theories. But I mean, like Jehovah Witnesses, they believe only 144,000 will make it. I mean, there's just different strokes for different folks. What I see it as is like a recruitment system where,
Mm.
you have to like buy in. It's like an initiation type. I know it's weird, but I mean, maybe I'm totally off, but kind of sharing the scenarios, maybe it'll jog something for somebody else and then they can share and we can kind of, that's how I like to work it out. But it seems as though um that happened, with Lori and Chad. To me, it seems like at the temple when they got sealed, they were sealed and they did the whole portal in the mirror thing, facing the mirror facing the other mirror, and it creates a portal and then it creates this thing. I don't know what, I'm just now learning about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was
And
told that so you can see eternity. The
yes,
mirrors
time and
facing
Yeah.
each
eternity,
other.
kind of. Yeah. And so it's like, okay. And it feels like they have to have like a nonprofit or something to be able to funnel or money launder to wherever. I mean, because according to like April Raymond, She was just curious a couple years ago as to whether or not I had ran across this guy's name. I forget his first name, but it's something Baxter, and he died suspiciously um, on a motorbike accident or something. And actually, when I pulled the picture up the other day, it really looked like Tevye Ware.
Mm.
Have you seen Tevye? I think I asked you this already, Stephanie. But
No, I wasn't
anyway,
familiar with them.
Tim Ballard's sister is Tevye Ware, and I want to say she lost her husband. I mean, all I need to do is look it up, but I just haven't had
I
a
haven't
chance
looked
to
into
yet.
his family.
I have, because I was bothered by it. And so, but April was just basically asking if I had run across that name or anybody with that last name Baxter. She showed me a picture of him and sent an article. And then he had something to do with like the Vegas or the Nevada NPOs, the nonprofit
Hmm.
organizations. And it's alleged, or at least this guy that died soon after, he was alleging that Chad and Lori invested in one called Inferno, which
Oh,
reminds me of Sean Reyes and his lava.
yeah, right.
Okay. And then you know how that's all Hawaii, and how
Hmm.
there's the rumor that Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, whenever her and Brandon were settling their divorce money and everything, and she was just like, "Oh, I'm rich, I never have to work." And they went to Hawaii the weekend that Tammy was murdered. That there was a OUR gala or dinner or some kind of, you know, and anyways, it was said, it was alleged, this is not corroborated, um, that she donated like 6,000 some and whatever. So I'm like, was that
Is
her
that at
buy-in?
the
Is this what's
is that
going
at
on?
the November OUR fundraiser?
It would be October 19 was the weekend that Tammy was, or the day she died was 10/19/19. So
I
yeah.
gotta I gotta address Fancy Nancy again. So what it means to be sealed in the temple is it's a marriage, except you are married for eternity, right?
Time and
And
eternity.
Unless
well, here's the thing, and this is where polygamy comes into play, is because as a man, if I get sealed, like if I was sealed to my now wife, in the temple, let's say, and she
Mhm,
dies, we're still sealed. But I could go and get sealed to another wife. The first sealing still counts.
Hmm.
mhm.
Well, it's spiritual polygamy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
So
Tammy
I
is,
mean,
yeah, Tammy
there,
died and
yeah. There's an apostle. Was it the apostle or the
yep,
president?
Nelson and
Nelson.
Oaks.
Yeah, yeah. Nelson and Oaks. Their first wives passed away, and then they remarried. So in
Mhm.
the Mormon belief, when they die and go to the celestial kingdom, they will have two wives that we know of, anyway.
Yeah, and
Um,
they really break their minds saying like, "Oh my god, is he gonna call my name? Is he gonna" like, "You better call my name first."
well, I
Good.
found out that when you go through the temple, they give you a new name, but
Yep.
there's a list, and it's all based on
I'll pull
Yeah.
what
it
day
up.
of the week you go to
Yeah.
the temple. And so, like, a lot of women said they left the church, and they're like, wait a minute, we all went through the initiatories, we all went through the temple, we all got the same
They all
name.
had the same
So,
temple name.
so it's like, if our husband gets there and says, hey, Deborah, and then there's like 3,000 women that just come piling out of nowhere, like,
I can't, okay. Oh, there I am. Okay, I have too many damn tabs open. Okay, look, because I dug into I keep knocking him off. Hold on, I'm sorry. I don't do usually have 3 people, so I don't know what to do with myself. But let me take this down, and
Oh, yes.
I looked through this because of the weird names that, Phoebe and James and Elena. And so whatever year it is, whatever day and year, look, I'll read this right here. It says, as part of the temple endowment ceremony, each Mormon receives a new name, which they're instructed that they should always remember and which they must keep sacred and never reveal, except at a certain time. And it says, since January 1st, 1965, each Mormon who goes through the temple on any given day receives the exact same new name, regardless of which temple they attend across the globe. These names are given to the temple workers, which Tom Harrison was a temple worker, so is Barry, each day during a special prayer meeting. Every temple has a set of placards with male and female names on them, in addition to a small number. The number is the day of the month. The choice of which new name a temple patron receives depends only on their gender and the day of the month. So the only confirmed exception to this rule occurs when the new name of the day coincides with the person's actual first given name. So Dave gets the name of Dave, and they're like, eh. In which case
Can't be Dave.
he or she receives the replacement name of Adam or Eve, respectively. This has been known to occur even in cases of near matches, such as Paul and Saul. Oh my God, it reminds me of Lori, turning Pauls and Sauls. For endowments given in languages other than English, new names are translated to their nearest equivalent in that language. So I
Good
look
luck
for.
translating an American name to Mongolian. That's all I'm going to say on that, because I'm learning Mongolian and it is just completely different.
Oh crap. Let's see. I remember like his was like Helaman. And oh my gosh, I'll have to sit here and do it while y'all talk. It's I think him and
I will
Tammy went.
be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, come back.
Yeah, I got to get going soon myself. But yeah, like a lot of the names, especially for men, I don't actually know if they would translate in Mongolian.
Really? Oh, that reminds
Well,
me.
some of them are like very like Israel, sure, because I mean there's a Mongolian term for the country Israel, but like Helaman, Boaz, these are all specifically biblical names, and
Yeah.
Christianity is just virtually non-existent here.
Oh wow.
So
That's interesting though.
yeah,
It's
I mean
how.
everything is based around Chinggis Khan, Kublai Khan, Mongolian heritage. So, like 97% of the population is a mix of Tibetan Buddhism and just no religious affiliation. And then I think there's like 1 to 2% are Muslims, and then everyone else is like in the remaining 0.1%.
Mm. Well, the name Hiplos or Eplos that was given as a demon name, or I'm pretty sure that Chad, that's a sigil, is what I think, because I think he was practicing the black magic.
Yeah.
And the only place we could find it was from where you're at, and it was Toulouse or Toulouse, and so to set somebody free, right? To
Hmm.
same thing with Tylee, how Lori has used the language about setting her free. It's really gross. I mean, it's really sad at the bottom of it, but I like to find meaning to the things that they practice. I know they're crazy. I get that. That's the easy way, but I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to know. And I found a lot just by this community and people sharing, I'm trying to think of the origin of it though. Oh, I'm trying to remember the country. Is what I'm trying to do. Not very easy.
Hiplos.
Eplos is how Zalima pronounced it.
It
It was
sounds
a
Greek.
hippos. I'm like,
Yeah,
no.
hippos. Well, I mean, hippopotamus is Greek for water horse. So if it's
Okay.
Eplos, like LOS strikes me as Greek, but I could be
I think
wrong.
she made up the name. I've never heard of it before.
Like it's a
Yeah.
demon name. And I've been looking and like Heidi Love, I follow her research and I follow a lot of people's research, right? So that's basically what I do. It's not like it's in history books for everybody to see. It's really not, like all the connections between like the Romneys and uh, all the people, Gordon Bowen, all these people are so connected and, in to the bloodlines and how it's wild. It's wild. That's all I can say. It's taught me so many things, that possibilities that make so much sense, when you look in the background of everything. Here, I found some screenshots I had. It's from, I can't say it because I don't know how to say that. Bensaya.com. And it's, yeah, elapse, loose. That's what it means. That's about all I could find because
Interesting.
they called him like this. I know this is some kind of temple talk.
Oh, it's
It's a
in
limited Lori.
demonology books. See, I've
Yes.
never read
So there,
demonology books.
yeah,
I
I'm
think it's sigils.
Googling.
I really do think it's just like Joseph Smith practiced this. It's the lower keys of Solomon is some really dark shit.
So like I'm just doing a Google search and there's like Hiplos itself is not a demon. Um
Okay.
it's referencing Lori Valley Daybell who used
Mhm.
that, but it says that it's not a recognized name in any classical demonology or any
Hmm.
major religious texts.
Okay.
Um if it exists, it might be in some obscure source that is likely fictional.
Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
did she make up the name?
I don't know.
Probably. The closest thing I'm finding is Hippos Athanatos, which means deathless horse in Greek mythology.
They also referred to him as a dragon, which is kind of the NWO symbology. I found that somewhere. I can't show you where I found it, but not right now. But because I was like, oh my gosh, when something connects, I'm like, oh, that could. I mean, because it was like this lady. Her name was Jackie Clement, and I think she's like married to like a stake president or something. And I mean, they didn't really interview her very much, but she was one of the women going and doing the whole. She said she just wasn't part of the Church of the Firstborn. I was like, and y'all didn't pry anymore, give me the damn tape recorder. I'll cut it down.
Do we know if that's actually a name? I haven't followed the Lori case too much, but Hiplos,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's an actual name or if that's more like a code word because I think Chad Daybell
Could be.
texted someone saying the raccoon has been dealt with or something like that.
Well, yeah, he said he's got to bury it, but I look at
Yeah,
it
I
as
was
like a
talking about
racial slur.
Tylee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's not even like a proper name. It's more of a code
Gotcha.
word.
It's more like
I don't.
death, marked for death.
That would be
'Cause
my guess.
my mom's demon name was Rhonda, okay? And so
Why
so
Rhonda?
let's go I know, right? She's like, "Why?
Help me,
Help me,
Rhonda.
Rhonda." Like, "Girl, you got bad names all the way around." But I know. Oh my gosh. That pisses me off so much. I mean, just when I get to thinking about it, I'm like, that's my mom, like that's my uncle, that's my step cousin, that's my nephew, and that's my mom. Like she was on the list, and I guess she's still on it. I don't know.
I think she'll be
Maybe
okay.
maybe I can ask her pen pal, if she can. Just kidding, being
What
sarcastic.
what kind of dog is? Someone's asking me what kind of dog that is, and I don't know what you're talking about.
What dog?
I don't know. Fancy Nancy brought it up. I don't.
No dogs allowed. Kidding. Okay, I'll try not to knock you. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's all good.
Yep. And Love always says, yeah, they really believe there were demons and people and they had to kill them their way. That's extreme to the crazy degree. That or it sounds kind of like they were invoking somewhat, or just like it could just be as easy as saying, okay, marked for death. We're going to call him Heplos. I don't know, Chad, whatever. But I believe this system is way more complex and way older than just Chad. I just think he's the latest one to get busted, so to
Yeah, I
speak.
think it's a big problem. It's just people aren't getting caught.
Right. I mean, look at this. What about that lady? I don't know if you guys follow it, but the case Jennifer Gledhill or something in Utah, where her husband, Mike Johnson, I want to say his name is, he's not been found. And he was like
Oh, is that the special forces guy that the lady killed
yes,
and then
yes.
dumped his body somewhere in like Weber County?
And then but they don't know. They've not found it. And her parents were arrested too for helping her cover it up, allegedly. So it reminded
Jeez.
me of like the Cox family and Lori and, just crazy shit. And I'm just like, what the hell? I want to follow that. I need to go look it up and see the status on it because she said something weird to this guy that she was dating who ended up becoming a confidential informant.
That's right.
And
That's how she was arrested
yeah, this is a wild story,
because he
y'all.
snitched on her. Dude,
Yeah,
but she killed her special forces husband.
allegedly,
Like,
maybe. While he
the
was
poor
sleeping,
guy had
mind you.
survived so many deployments and like he thought he could trust his wife.
That's I can't even fathom that. Like, they don't fight
Divorce is
fair.
totally easy. It's
It
actually
is,
really easy.
right?
There's
Maybe
no
that
reason to
that
murder over it.
maybe we need certification classes or something. We can help people.
Right? In
Get your
Utah,
divorce
when they
now.
get married, when they get married, have it on the questionnaire. Do you
Yeah.
do you
Better pay
see
her
murder
child
as an
support, dude.
option?
Oh, interesting thing about that. So during the marriage process here in Mongolia, and it was easier for me being a foreigner, but I still had to go through a full STD panel. I had to
Mhm.
go at the state
Well, that's
hospital. I
smart.
I had to do a psychiatric evaluation, as did my wife, to make sure we're not like abusive and we like agree to the marriage, and the state has to sign off on that before you can get married. And the state can
Really?
say, yes, the state can deny you the right to marry if they
Well, you
think
see,
something is suspicious. Yep, if they
I
think
got
that there's
married in
something
Alabama
suspicious.
when I was 17 because they didn't take any verification. They didn't need anything. Just a just a guardian signature.
No. Well, I
That's
mean,
interesting.
be careful with that, Miss Woozy, because part of the reason why Mongolia does it is not just to protect the family, which family law here is very strict. It's also tied in with your digital ID.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's
I
what
hear
you
they
wanted
have a
to talk
social credit
about.
score.
we, I mean, technically,
I feel
well,
like
if you
we're
want to
in.
get, I mean, if you want to get technical, because I used to work in banking, I would argue that anywhere that has a credit score has a social credit score. And the reason
Really?
for that, well, because if you look at the social credit score, businesses do background checks and credit checks on you when you go for employment. When I went to work at Wells Fargo, my credit score was below 640 at the time. I actually had to get a sponsorship from my manager and a waiver to be
Wow.
hired. But
Wow.
Just to work there.
that's
Hmm.
why just to work there, and that's why people, you might see people complaining about, I don't get it. I got denied a job at Walmart.
Mhm.
I got denied for a job at McDonald's, and I don't have a criminal record. Why did they deny me? What's your
I
credit
have
score? Because
I
your
have
credit
some.
score determines the kind of job you get, which determines your
Mhm.
income, which determines the kind
Yep,
of life you.
yep, where
That's true.
you
So it's
rank
no
in the
different.
file.
Yeah,
I
it's no
have
different.
like, kinda noticed with YouTube that if I participate and say all the nice things and don't say all the buzzwords, like all the shitty words, right?
The things I've
Then
said, I'm sorry.
they no, girl, please, difficult research, that's what we do here. I can't get away with not saying murder because that's why we're here, so and I refuse to, like, conform. Anyways, I was gonna say, "Take that, Dr. John." Anyways, alright, but, like, I started to notice, like, okay, so if I do all the right things and I conform and don't use all the bad words or things that actually out them, having to do with crimes and stuff, if I keep it PG, then I get to play in the algorithm. I get to, you know, and when you get to play in the algorithm and you're not shadow banned, then you get to participate and get paid. You get to create revenue. And when I don't, and I stay in the damn gutter, I don't get to participate. So to me, it's kind of like a conditioning of how are you going to conform? You know, if you know what I'm saying, like, it's up to me, and that's the incentive from YouTube is for me to conform. That's
Yeah, I
how
mean
Yeah.
that's basically how society is too. Because
Mhm.
even pre-internet, if you have a bad reputation, people aren't going to hire you. So
Nope.
that that's just how human beings are, right? The only difference is like here in Asia, a lot of countries that have social credit scores, it's an actual score, right?
Wow.
That's mainly the only difference. Like China has it, Vietnam, I think, is getting it. I don't know if we'd get it. We might, but I'm not worried about
I
it.
feel like we are. It's
So I
just another stick in the road.
Yeah, because like I'm not worried about even my F1 visa being because we're in the process of working things out. But one, if it's approved,
Oh,
I
wow.
would get like an ID card in a digital form, and it's got a QR code on it that's got my fingerprints, my retina scan. It'll
Yeah.
have my blood type.
Wow.
What did
Uh,
I used to have oh my gosh, what was it called? A TWIC card, which was to get into refineries here to go to
oh
work, you
yeah,
know? Like, you had to have your TWIC card to go pick up like, my parents owned the transportation company, and we would pick up, crews coming off of the barges and ships and everything for global industries, so get out, there you go, global. And
no,
so we'd pick them up all along the Gulf Coast and, just transport them to and fro, and you'd have to have a TWIC card to be on a port at a port, and just even go in and just drive in and grab them. That was it. You still had to have it. And it's kinda
yeah.
like what you just said, where they had kinda it was like an extensive background. Um,
Yeah, and I mean, I actually, because I lived in Utah, I still have my driver's license, my real ID that's good until 2030. I never like carried it on me. I just have it, had it
mhm.
saved to my phone. That's just the
Yeah,
way things are now. So personally, I know some people don't like it, and some people are really against it. I've never cared personally because, I mean, when you travel, like I like to travel internationally, and I'm sure many people here do too. If you go to like South Korea or any Asian country, and even now in Europe, they take your fingerprints at the airport to streamline it. And the cameras that they have, they're all AI. They're all facial
mhm,
recognition.
yeah,
It's already there. So even if you go to an airport, you have a digital ID in the sense of they have your name, they have your passport information, and they're
so
tracking you throughout the whole thing.
that's
So
crazy. It's like, when did it get so damn invasive? Never mind, don't answer that, but when did it get so prevalent, or why am I paying it I guess I'm paying attention more, and they're kinda everywhere, cameras and just all the
Oh yeah,
like,
they've been
even
around
with
forever.
crime, the door ring yeah, the ring doorbells and stuff like that, um, I don't know, I just find it fascinating.
that's why crime is really low here in Asia because like it happens, but because there are AI cameras everywhere on every business, on every street corner, like someone commits a crime, they'll have that person arrested and charged in, you know, a couple
Yeah.
hours at the very most. Because they know who it is, they know who you are, they know where you live, they have all your info.
I remember
So
reading about how they have, like, these, speakers, mics or whatever set up in some cities where they listen for gunshots, and I'm like, "Whoa."
Oh
That's
yeah,
so
they do.
intense.
yeah, I've
It's
they do that in Minneapolis now.
okay.
So
Yeah,
They
that's
have those in
interesting.
parts of Salt Lake.
Oh my gosh.
We
And we
actually have
like,
a gang problem here in Salt Lake.
yeah, you told me that. I was like, "What?"
Yeah, we do have a gang problem here in Salt Lake. It's actually bigger than
Whoa.
people think. And then there's different types of gangs.
mhm.
I was
Mm-mm.
telling you a little bit about the Polynesian gangs um,
Yeah.
that are here in Utah. They're like pretty bad in Utah and California, and they're actually active Mormons. So these people will gangbang all during the week and then go to church on Sunday and pass the sacrament.
Uh-uh. I believe it.
Hmm.
I do though. I do.
I mean that's no different than like Mexico where everyone is Catholic, including MS-13. You
Mhm.
know, like
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it is, huh? Yeah.
yeah,
Yep. I
you
think
know.
they use the religions, the mainstream ones for sure, just to basically
Mormon gangs. I can see it on South Park now.
oh my god, can you
Actually,
imagine?
You
All I do is
don't want
boom,
to
boom,
mess with
boom.
the Polynesian gangs. They're big and they know how to
I'm
fight.
laughing, but it's because it's so like the two concepts just don't go together in my mind, but so don't
It's
a lot of
true
other.
though.
Yeah,
It's true though.
I believe you. Thinking about
It's
Sean Reyes, I know it's not Polynesian, but well, maybe I don't know. Um, with his old videos and pictures from back in the day where he's acting all gangbanger, or I don't know. I saw it on Lynn Packer's reporting. So I was like, "What?"
Sean Reyes needs to be thoroughly investigated.
I mean, his dad was from
He was from
overseas.
Hawaii,
Well, no, from the
right?
Philippines.
From the
From the
Philippines?
Philippines, yeah. And he was a impersonator of Elvis,
That's
Mm.
right.
as was Nicholas Alaverde or Alaverdian, whatever his name is, or Nicholas Rossi, the guy with 1,500
Oh,
identities.
that guy that hid in
Arthur.
Scotland?
Yeah, Arthur
King
Knight.
Arthur.
Yeah. Well, his stepdad was also an impersonator of, I can never say it because Dinglehoff. Oh my God, Humperdink. I don't know. I don't remember it, but
Humperdinck,
it's
Humperdinck.
Engelbert. I don't know. Whatever
I
that
have
person's
no
name is.
idea who you're talking about.
It's an old. He just impersonates him anyway, so it's not really. I just think it's
Doesn't
similar
matter who he
to,
is. He's
yeah,
not
it's
important.
irrelevant. Engelbert Humper I can't. Humperdinck. Anyways, thank you, Amy. Jeez, I'm
Uh,
struggling.
I left Minneapolis like after the Floyd riots. It was sometime after, but yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you
did
don't want to be gang banging in the Philippines though. They'll just kill you.
right?
But yeah,
Did you serve a mission? You probably already said, but
no, no, I was too old. I joined in 2020. I was 31.
oh
So I
my God,
was
so
too
you
old
just
to
joined and
join.
then you're gone already? Or are you still
Yep.
there?
Oh, yeah. I left the LDS church in like 2023-ish, late 2023, early 2024.
Do you regret it?
No, actually, my experience, because I haven't, I have a very different perspective because a lot of people have been born in the church and raised in the church.
Yep.
Um, being a convert, I would say I don't regret it because I've met some decent people and I had some interesting experiences. And just because I've, lived a whole life before
Mhm.
the LDS church, my kind of view on that is this is just another set of life experiences I can add to the pile.
Okay.
Right. So that's why I try and be there and support people who have been in there, born and raised, and then they come out because, like, they just like I've noticed a lot of people collapse because they don't
Mhm.
know how to live. And me and my roommate, before I moved to Mongolia, we were actually talking about that, like how I'm kind of privileged in the sense where I can help people like that, because like I know how to live outside the LDS church.
Yeah.
So
Right.
for
Yeah,
many
that's
for many people, it's an earth-shattering faith crisis that you
it's
know.
sad.
Yeah, it's sad. And then for
It
me, it's
it
like, okay,
And
yeah,
you
this
get cut
isn't
off from
working
your
out.
family
Fine.
and your
that's
Yeah,
friends.
really the shitty it's so shitty all the way around, and you're damned, basically.
yeah,
And I mean, I did develop a lot of compassion. At first I was just like, I don't, whatever, but I also sound really cynical. But I really do have a lot of compassion for people who do leave the church or go through the process because, just I guess learning kind of from scratch. I didn't know anything about the damn church. And there's a
Well, to
difference
begin
in the
with,
belief system and the practices or the business side. I'm anti the business side for sure, and it trickles down, and I see a lot of the same like-minded behaviors is what I call them. It's the same at least the people I look at, I'm just like, "Oh my god, persecution much? God complex." I mean, it's like all the things, but it's so ripe. It's actually so, it's like a petri dish.
yeah.
It's a
it's
formula.
it's ripe to create sociopaths.
You
It
can't
is.
claim persecution if you bring it on yourself, though.
Right. Right.
Right?
You
I
can't.
mean, Joseph did. Like, people came after him because he was, grabbing up the 14-year-old girls.
Well, not just that. I mean, he burned down. What was the
A
name of the
printing press?
newspaper? Yeah,
Yes.
he burned
Why?
down the
Why?
Yeah,
expositor.
because he
Yeah,
didn't
he
Why?
like
burned
what they were
it
Lauren?
down.
saying about him.
It
Yeah,
sounds
he
like
didn't like.
Lauren, Frank
I
Vandersloot.
want crime.
Quan Quime. Yeah, that
Want
was good.
crime.
That was golden. Oh my gosh. But to shut critics down. I'm like, hello. This is nothing new, y'all.
Yeah, they Joseph Smith and his, I guess, apostles, the early Mormons, they ended up killing quite a few people too. Like, it was really bloody. The
They have
Mormon
like,
history has a
Trevor
lot of
Involved
bloody
history.
events.
Yeah. It's really
yeah,
sad.
yeah. I mean, there's a Mountain Meadows massacre.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's that.
that
So
is not taught in schools here in Utah, by the way.
It starts with Nephi, girl.
I
It
didn't
starts
find
with
out
Nephi.
about the Mormon Massacre until, gosh, maybe 5 years ago.
Wow.
It's
Did you know going in, Dave? Like
I knew
2000.
some things. I knew some things, but not other things. So I knew about the polygamy, and
Okay.
being in Minneapolis and just, having been in India and other countries, my primary people I would work with as a branch banker and a business advocate at the time was the Muslim community, because I know halal finance. So because I've been around Muslims around, a good part of my life,
Yeah.
I've already been exposed to polygamy in the US and other countries. So
Okay.
that didn't bother me. I did not know about the ages of the wives. I did not know about the priesthood ban.
What about the church, like, denying it at first and then slowly
That
incorporating
I
it?
Well, that's something, just being white. That's
Well,
not something that people just bring up to you, So
right.
I didn't know, and I didn't, have a reason to look for anything weird like that. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Yeah. And then
Well,
how long were you there total? Like,
Oh, geez, like 3-ish years, almost 4
I
in the church.
also,
Mormonism looks so clean and tidy, you wouldn't
it's
expect it.
white and
Well,
delightsome.
so here's the thing.
Yes.
I knew about the Mountain Meadows massacre, and I knew about what goes on in temples just from access to the internet. The massacre, like, just, being Hindu and knowing my own religious history, we're not exactly a peaceful bunch of people. You
Mm-mm.
can even look at the
Mormon
Gujarat
mafia.
riot. Well, you can look at the Gujarat riots of 2002, where a bunch of Hindus came back from a religious ceremony and 5 Muslims firebombed the train, killing 150 people.
Oh
Well,
my gosh.
So sweet.
the current prime minister today, Narendra Modi, was chief minister, basically like the governor of Gujarat at that time. He gave Hindus and the police and the military basically free reign to just go and just start killing every Muslim they could find in Gujarat. There's like over 1,200 people were killed, right? And even if you look at the history before, going back to how Buddhism was founded in the north of India, but because it did not acknowledge a creator god like Hinduism does and was different, it was seen as blasphemy. And so my quote unquote like spiritual ancestors, they beat the shit out of them and drove them out of India, and then that's how they spread through Asia.
Cheese and rice.
So it's like, yeah, every religion and every country doesn't have a pretty start. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, it has its history and its
Yeah.
violence, right?
So when I heard about like the Mormon Wars and the Mountain Meadows massacre, I'm like, okay, yeah, all religions start off bloody, but is it
Mhm.
that way now? Was my
Right.
investigation, and
Like
you know,
polygamy, is it practiced now?
Well,
You know?
you
yeah,
know,
so
Do you think it
my
is?
my biggest
oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I've seen FLDS, the
No,
fundamentalists in
but I
Utah.
mean, like, secret underground, like, I believe Chad and Lori and
well,
Oh,
I
I
others.
think
mean,
there's
yeah,
people that sit in sacrament meeting who are polygamists, and
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've seen them.
Mhm.
They want to stay mainstream Mormon, but they also believe in the fundamental Mormon teachings, and that's that you have to live polygamy to reach the celestial kingdom.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
mean it's practiced now, and it's still in
Mhm.
the mainstream doctrine. And then,
Mhm.
like, you know,
I found
yeah,
it.
I mean,
Trust
yeah, I mean it. People still do it now, so
It's everywhere.
no.
I mean, and just it's like the scriptures are laced. I don't know how to like because I went in looking for what Chad and Lori did. The translated, I'm a translated being. I'm a God. I'm ushering in. I'm gonna lead, whatever, and the 144,000 and lead them into the new millennium, second coming of Christ. All those little
Mhm.
those buzzwords or whatever. That's what Lori told my uncle, who was also a convert. He was Catholic. And so I find that so fascinating, like what the hell? And my grandfather was kind of he was he was very Catholic. Okay. Let's just say that. And so it's like, how did my uncle jump from one frying pan into the other? I mean, maybe it felt like home. I don't know. The prepping, my grandfather and grandmother, they always had not, I wouldn't say a big food supply or anything, but they had, you know, they had some put stashed away.
Uh,
But
Are there Mormon nudist
yeah,
polygamous family resorts? I'm not quite sure. I know
Mhm.
in Idaho, in Preston, Idaho, right up by the LDS girls camp, you have to pass by a nudist camp. So
What?
yes, it's right by property that's owned by the church. So I don't know. But
that's
yeah, it's in
wild.
Preston, Idaho.
Oh, man.
Carolina had a couple questions. So, why do they consider themselves Christians? Because they do believe in Jesus. They do have the
Hmm.
KGV. They just the way it's spun and the way it's interpreted by the outsider view is it's the same Bible, it's the same Jesus, it's just a different history where they believe that the Council of Nicaea mistranslated things, screwed everything up, and Joseph Smith came along and restored it correctly.
Hmm.
That's why they
It's
say
just
What?
they
that
well,
Joseph is right and everyone else is wrong.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, he even corrected the Bible, and
yeah.
it
I
happened to
mean,
be the same one that the Freemasons use, so
now, I will say to the second question, and I'll get to the other ones. A lot of average everyday Mormons, right? Not talking about the leadership, they do obey the commandments to an extreme. I've met people
Uh-huh.
younger than myself who they would break a commandment and get suicidal. So if they
oh,
tell
Uh-huh.
a white lie, they would get suicidal. You know, they take
um,
it very, very seriously.
but
Uh,
do you believe I mean, like, I don't know where you research, but, I mean, like, do you believe in programming and, like, this kinda stuff happening?
Oh, that's a huge
I
part of it.
totally
Yes,
believe the church
Okay, I just
brainwashes people.
wanna
yes,
know.
Why do you
yes,
Right,
yes,
think
yes,
okay.
why
yes,
do you
yes,
think
yes.
they have you starting at 3 years old, getting up in front of a group saying, I'd like to
You
bear my
know this church is
testimony. I know
true.
this church is true.
Sunbeams.
I know that Joseph Smith was a prophet. I love
Yes.
my family. I'm going to live with them for eternity. Blah, blah, blah. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. When you start doing that at 3 years old, yes, that
Mhm.
is brainwashing.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
I agree with that. And to answer the final questions, I think those ones were geared to me, maybe.
I'll just answer 'em.
Because
If
yeah.
you want.
So I'll answer them. So I didn't run from America. I met my
Oh.
wife.
Oh, there you
My
go.
Yeah, my wife is Mongolian. I like living in America. I I'm not afraid of anything in America because of my past and dumb stuff that I did. For me,
I bet it's
it's
beautiful.
like, yeah, I don't know, I never fit in America. I mean, I've lived in multiple countries. I'm Hindu. I missed India, and my ultimate goal was to move back to India. But because I met my wife, who's Mongolian and lived in Mongolia and still does, it just makes sense for me to move here to be
Yeah.
with her and to be with her family and do family projects. She's been to America, did not like America at all.
Mhm.
Very, very different culture. Did not, didn't, not her thing, which is fine, you know. And
Yeah.
the American culture just isn't. my thing. I tend to thrive in more structured environments and especially structured cultures. Because in America, from high school, you're taught, okay, you can be anything you want to be. You can change the world. The world is your oyster. And then
Mhm.
you turn 18 and then you get college applications. You have no idea what you want to do. And then
Wow.
you end up changing your majors so many times. Like the average person, I think Forbes magazine said they change their majors 3 to 4 times because they're not sure.
Mm-mm.
Right. But
I mean, I
like,
was
and
like that too. I didn't know what the
yeah.
hell I wanted to
Oh,
do.
same. But like in a structured
Still don't.
environment, like yeah, in India or here in Mongolia, I know what my place is. I know what my role is. I know what is
Mhm.
socially acceptable. What's
You know,
socially
you gotta pay your
acceptable.
bills. Yeah, and things like
Well,
that.
well, I mean, well, it's not it's like socially acceptable, right? So how you speak, your mannerisms, your body language,
Mhm.
um, all of that. Whereas like in America, like living in Minnesota is very different than living in Utah, which is very different
Mhm.
than living in Georgia or
Or
California, which I
Louisiana.
Mhm.
Yeah.
exactly. But here in Mongolia, you go from one side to the other, it's the same, right?
Hmm.
There's no change whatsoever.
Interesting.
Yep.
Mhm.
So I personally just prefer those environments and I do a lot better.
Yeah. So
Cool.
I like structure too. I would depend on other people to have it because I don't. I'm admitting my faults, like I do. I'm not. I have no concept of time, dates. I'm like, what day is it? Thursday? Or, trash day. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's because of like how the murders happened and then I like dove into research as a means of coping and understanding and just trying to get, find out. But I mean, again, we went through that whole period of 2020 and the sickness, right? And
Yeah.
I was able to draw unemployment. So it just kind of happened at that time. And I was like, screw it. I'm going to draw unemployment and, it'll be okay until then. And then here I am. And Jason, he's had his strokes and everything. So I'm kind of a caregiver, I hate to say that because he's my love, but anyways, I ended up here and I don't know why I even got on this subject. I don't even know how. I didn't talk myself into a damn corner again. That's what I do.
Oh,
You're okay.
I think it was just because I was answering like
Mm,
all of the questions. I mean, I kind of relate because it's like I never thought I'd be here in Mongolia.
right?
Here I
I've been
am, like, so
that's different. I'm like terrified of the idea of having to live in another country or even visiting. Like it's terrifying to me because I'm just like I don't want to be like the fish out of water, not know how to communicate with anybody. Because I mean, it's been pretty torturous for me the past, or at least the early part of all this stuff. Because I mean, Mormonism is a completely different system.
It's weird.
They have their own communication, they have their own
Mhm.
culture, their way of doing things. And I mean, just not being able to like getting so tongue tied for whatever reasons, trauma, whatever my ADHD, all the things, but age and trying to translate what I'm seeing to somebody who's cool enough to even entertain that is difficult, and then once it's just who to trust, um, trying to
I,
convey these ideas or these things that I don't have words for.
yeah, and I mean that's like, I agree with Amy Kresha. You are doing fantastic. One of the things I found out the hard way, and I'm blessed to have a wife from Mongolia. You can't do anything in Mongolia if you don't speak Mongolian.
Yeah.
People, younger people like my age and younger, do speak English, right?
Hmm.
Because it's taught. People
But the
older
older,
than me, not so
yeah.
much. People
Hmm.
in the provinces don't even bother. Like you can go
Mhm.
with a tour guide and they speak English, but if you go there by yourself, you're not getting everywhere. Everything, there are some like English signs and things like that. Most of it's in Cyrillic. Most of it's in Cyrillic.
That makes
Um,
sense though, you know? I
well,
mean,
yeah,
it's
and
kinda
I
like my
mean,
mama and my papa, like or my mama, she would, we call it kunas, right? But it's Cajun French. And her and her sisters would sit around the kitchen table, drink their coffee, and you'd hear just Cajun French, you know? They would just go off talking their own stuff, you know, and then I'd hear crushing in the middle of all the French words, and I'm like, "Yes, go outside and play." "Yes, ma'am." You know, they were
yeah,
gossiping.
I mean,
It's
yeah. So it was like
it's
I've been here like 6 months. I moved here since April. I'm like getting my wits about me still. Like I'll go shopping by myself and stuff like that. But when it
Mhm.
comes to like actually communicating with people, I'm like Mongolian's very different.
Hmm.
I know enough of like Hindi to like at least get by. Um, like if I go to India, or I know bits and pieces of like German or Spanish. But
Mhm.
here it's just like no, like no. So I think yeah, like anyone who comes here, if you don't have a translator, you will have a hard time, and
Oh,
that's true.
wow.
A lot of countries in a lot of countries in the world, and especially since a lot of American tourists like don't know how to blend.
Right. No. That's like
Yeah,
him trying to dress up in wigs and shit
Mm.
and trying to act like a damn tourist.
y-
He knows he already
yeah.
is.
I
He
never
knows what.
understood that.
Well, you gotta
Right?
smell like the pheromones. They'll smell the pheromones.
Yeah, that
You
was
know?
They'll
just dumb.
smell you haven't gotten laid.
You gotta get sexed up, you know? Like,
Yeah,
what a dork, man. He's such a dork.
yeah. I
Ugh,
mean,
sorry.
Love Always Redacted says you can have your phone as your tour guide. Good
Yeah.
luck
That's
with that. Good luck with that because Mongolian does not translate correctly most of
oh,
the time. So it
well,
depends
that's
on
the
where
shit.
you, yeah,
That sucks.
it depends on where you go in the world. Like AI does a decent job, but it loses a lot of tone and meaning because
Mm,
there are so many words in Mongolian that just don't translate to English. And then the tone of the words will change the meaning of the words based on like your
uh,
tone of voice.
yeah, that sucks.
So yeah, so it's there's a lot of parts of the world. Like if you go to Mexico or like a European country, you can do that. If you go to an Asian country, you might have a bit more of a challenge depending on the language and how like widely like how global it is.
Okay. Well, yeah, I did way better in Spanish class than I did, and I mean, I'm talking just high school, right? Hola. Um, More cuss words than anything, because that's the first thing you learn. But, like, French, when it was, came down to the, like, grammar and spelling and everything, that was tough for me, and
That's
I just lost
French.
interest in it, you know? And like Cajun French is it's similar, but it's not proper, you know? It's like a
It's
slang.
dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And it's
dirty French.
dying. It's dying here. Because like you were saying, Dave, about how, the older people, that's what they talk. Same here, because we didn't it's like the damn cursive handwriting. I'm like, they don't know how to write in cursive? What? Come here.
I
Yeah, they
mean,
Everyone.
stopped
yeah.
teaching cursive.
Well, yeah,
Mhm.
and I mean, I like to get into arguments about that because, like, even in 2015, when I went to college in my later years, like, all my car loans, all my bank accounts I've opened, my student loans, everything was signed digitally. So I know how to write in cursive. I've just never ever had to use it in my life, ever. And
Like
then
me
when
with
you go
algebra
outside of the US, for those of you who want to travel, you're never going to use American cursive
or
anywhere outside,
algebra.
right?
I'm just
there
jabbing.
there
I hated
yeah,
it.
there is a style of like Mongolian cursive. It's ancient
Pigeon in
Mongolian.
Hawaiian is so funny.
Yeah,
What is?
like ancient. Hmm?
Hawaiian pigeon. You want to go to one movie, yeah?
Oh, Lord.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's like ancient Mongolian where it's trying to think of how to describe it, but basically it's like scribbles going from top to bottom, and like people learn it in high school, but almost nobody uses it. Like I asked my wife about it, and she's like, "Yeah, I learned it in high school. I don't remember." So
Yeah, that's code for I don't want to talk about it. I'm not about to teach you something that's useless. Yeah. Well, I mean, so you transitioned pretty easily with her help, though, right?
yeah, she's amazing. It's all because, like, I would have been screwed if I moved here by myself. But yeah, other countries I can do fine in. Like I've been to China. I did a day trip because I accidentally overstayed my visa. I had to do a day trip to South Korea and then come back to clear it.
Mhm.
So,
My
or it's
ex-husband's
like,
from England,
he's
and
what?
we had to do. My ex-husband is from England,
What
Cambridge,
part?
Essex,
Oh,
Cambridge.
Cambridge. Okay.
He moved
I
to the
grew up.
States when he was 4, so
Oh, okay.
he came in under his mom's visa, and so whenever we went to the naturalization, I forget the name of it, in New Orleans, whatever it's called, um, and it was all day waiting in line, standing, waiting, and then I got to see the picture of him, with his mom, when they were photographed coming into the US. It's pretty cool. He
That's cool.
he, like, supposedly lost his, accent when he was 8, but his parents, they had it, and I would, like, have to stare at their mouths because I was like, "What are they saying?" Because they just talk it's so strong. Um, like, my little girl, when she was little, and she would spend a lot of time at her nanny's, that's what she called her grandma, and so she would babysit her while I was at work, and so one evening, I put Ashlyn in the bath, and I was passing by the door of the bathroom, and she was like, "Mom, I need a flannel." And I was like, "What? What do you?" I mean, like, I blew my mind. I was like, "What the hell is she asking for?" And I'm like, "A rag, a wash rag, a washcloth?" And she was like, "Yes." Anyways, it was just kind of funny. Just little things, but it's interesting.
Yeah, times change, and ironically, so is the Mormon Church. They change every generation.
Oh yeah,
They're trying to be
every.
more evangelical friendly now.
I've
Well,
been seeing this theme for a long time.
that's gonna backfire if I think it's gonna be hilarious because if you think about it, Christians are not well liked in many parts of the world, right? So take the countries in the Middle East like Pakistan. The LDS Church has one ward I know of for sure. I think they were trying to make a second one. Don't know how that's going to go. But in Pakistan, because it was the Mormon Church, nobody knew what it was.
Mhm.
If you go mainline Christianity and start putting crosses on that building is going to be burned down within a week.
Hmm.
Same thing with India. China is probably going to crack down on their members because they're already cracking down on religions in general. And they've been cracking down on Christianity in general. And if Mormons are like, hey, we're a Christian now, then, the Chinese government will probably go after them more too. So I don't know what their thinking is on that because it sounds good from an American perspective, right? To go more mainstream and to not be seen as a cult. The problem is when you do that internationally, you make yourself a target.
But that's kind of the goal of a new world order is international. So it's like, what is it going to look like? Because it's really more about what's going on, I think, with the business, in the back room, or United Nations. I'm just saying, I don't know. It's what it looks like to me. So it's like, no, it doesn't really matter who's believes what. It's going to be a universal. I mean, according to this agenda, you know. Um,
Yeah, and I mean
so
even
how would they do that?
and exactly how would they do that? Because that agenda is flawed, right?
Do y'all think the like the weird what's it called that's coming next month? It was supposed to be here already. um,
The
I
what?
don't know the alien thing. I don't know what it's called.
Oh, I thought that was last month. Oh no,
I
it's this
know.
month on the 29th. Huh.
Yeah.
I
Well, yeah.
don't know
Or
what
was
What
it
it's
it is.
called?
October
I
29th?
haven't seen anything on it, but I only see stuff from Asia.
The big
So
thing heading towards Earth.
I don't know. The world's
I'm
always
like,
supposed to end and it hasn't ended yet, so
I'm like, is this is going to be the biggest hoax of all time? And That's what it feels like anyways, because nobody's freaking out. Nobody's doing Armageddon. You know, they're not going to get people off the oil rigs. I'm joking.
Nobody's talking about it in Asia. I have no
No,
idea
nobody.
what you're talking
Well,
about. So, like,
okay.
yeah, we don't even know about it here. So,
It's like a number or something. Do you know what it's called, Stephanie?
No, my
I don't
husband
know.
told me about it.
I know.
Apparently it's either a giant spaceship or an asteroid
Aliens.
that can control its
space
speed coming towards Earth.
ship.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's some Harvard professor that's talking about it.
Oh,
I think.
Um,
Three Eye Atlas is what the
Yeah,
internet
yeah,
okay.
says.
that that thing.
I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Whatever.
Jason was like, "Can I tell you my theory?" I was like, "Dude, I tell you mine all the time. Yeah, come on." He was like, "I think it's aliens." I was like, "Oh Lord."
It's aliens. Aliens. It's
Whatever, dude.
aliens.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's crazy these days, man. It's like the damn I say these days. I was so in my own bubble before the murders happened, and then I didn't have a choice. It just came in and grabbed me and was like, "Okay, look at everything." And it's like I was kind of forced to just look at all the darkness and like all the dark things. I mean, you're looking for kids for almost 10 months,
Hmm.
Yep.
and it's wild. It's wild. It's a blur too.
Frankie Frankenstein. So no, that part of the Gobi Desert you went to is part of Inner Mongolia. Inner Mongolia is under Chinese control. I'm in Ulaanbaatar. So the only time I use a VPN is to do like super chats or to join memberships, and I need a VPN and I have to use an American card because for whatever reason Mongolia does not allow you to like give us that option. We don't have
Wow.
that option or to do super chats or whatever.
YouTube's a bad influence because then you start talking about, churches and government and
Right. Murder. True crime.
right.
Uh,
Yeah, politics always intrigues me, and it's actually interesting being in an Asian country and watching what's going on in the U.S. Because I never voted, I never cared about U.S. politics.
me
I've always been
neither.
I've always been a part of Team BRICS. So I hope Mongolia joins BRICS because I mean
Is
we're
that what
surrounded.
Tim Ballard's scared of? The damn bricks? I think it's Freemason stuff, like Freemason term, but bricks.
Oh yeah, no, he's
I'm just
well,
wondering though.
I mean, he probably is because he believes in dominionism and Christian
And
nationalism,
he's a
and
Knight
it's like,
Templar.
yeah, and I mean, it's like, you know, they're he's upset that people don't want to be forced to use the petrodollar anymore and aren't under the thumb of the United States. So
Right,
now that will kill the U.S. economy, but
right.
that will also make other countries free. So
Mm,
I mean, it's kind of a catch-22 because on the one hand, I completely understand why people in America would want other countries to use the petrodollar because if everyone abandons it, the U.S. economy implodes.
mm,
Hmm.
okay.
But on the other hand, because money's not going to be backed by the U.S. dollar anymore, and then it will lose its value.
Didn't it already
But
a long time ago whenever they tapped us out?
I mean, technically, yeah, but I mean, it still has value now because the
See it
U.S.
losing?
is still, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it still has a substantial amount of buying power. But I mean, but on the other hand, everyone's kind of sick of being under the thumb of the U.S. from the get-go, and
Yeah.
China's looking like a more stable business partner.
Hmm.
Whether you like the Chinese government or not, they're more of a stable business partner than the U.S. is,
Mhm.
and they're more predictable than the US is because they don't change leaders every 4 years,
Yeah, I don't
right?
like that either.
You don't have
I
a
mean, I
you
do
don't
and I don't. It's
yeah
Oh
rigged
no,
in
we should
for
change
I'm
leaders
sorry.
every 4 years.
I'm all, pessimist. I'm like,
yeah
it doesn't matter anyways, but I'm sorry for saying that out loud.
yeah. And so I mean, it's like for me, it's just like I've always been Team BRICS, and I'm like, you know what, China and other countries, China and India. I mean, they're going up, and the U.S. is paying $1 trillion US on its interest
Wow.
rate now, and the debt's only going to get bigger. Mathematically, it's impossible to pay off. So it's like, where do I want to put my finances? What's the
I'm like,
more
where
stable
can I make
option?
more finances is what I've been worried about. I'm like, goodness.
Yeah.
I picked a bad time, or it's just I don't know. I wasn't prepared for all this, so it's really overwhelming sometimes. What?
Carolina. People think that aliens come from the sky.
Oh,
Right outside my
Right?
house, there's a van and it says ice problems, we have solutions. It's for Ace Gutter.
Oh, Lord.
But I kind of want to take a picture of it
I mean,
because
it
it
reminds
says
me of, like,
ice
ri
problems, we have solutions. Put them in the
oh, yeah.
van.
Oh, no. It reminds me of Rod Meldrum, though, and his fascination around the mounds and stuff, and anyways, I believe in the Brotherhood, if I had to guess, he's one that's in the Brotherhood, and,
The Brotherhood
and
of what?
a Freemason of some type,
Oh,
somewhere
oh.
in some kind of oath more than the temple. Because, I just pick up on, like, these things they say, "Keep your powder dry." Eric Mutzos has said it. Um, like I said, Rod Meldrum and Glenn
They
Beck.
likely are Masons. I don't
And
know a lot about Masons. I
I'm
should
learning.
I
I'm
should learn
learning.
more.
We will.
it's actually very similar to Mormonism because that's where the
It
temple ceremonies come from. So if
Yeah.
you've
is.
been
Yep.
through the temple and you are a Mormon, you have a fair amount of knowledge on masonry already.
Mhm.
There's
Oh,
It's
good.
even
Okay, then.
there's even Masonic symbols on the
There are, I know that.
temples.
I learned that.
Mhm.
Um, I just didn't know that when I was doing
And
everything
it
in the temple.
well, like, with what we're talking about today about that's why I asked you if it was generational, because from my understanding, at least right now, and it's just gonna be basic because I'm not good at explaining things, but, like, you go into Freemasonry, which kind of, like, they start priming you or preparing you in that sense in youth, which is like the Boy Scouts of America, okay, and then you would move on, and, like, my Uncle Charles, he played baseball, then he played college ball, um, and I really wonder if he was a Freemason, because they're well-connected people
He
that
might have
give each
been.
other business, and
Hmm.
but I'm wondering if, so when you get to a certain degree, like a 32nd or 33rd degree Mason, like, Joseph Smith was a master Mason, and he got it allegedly in 2 days, but, I mean, that all ties back to Dartmouth and how they really weren't poor, and yeah, it's interesting, at least
Yeah.
as far as what I'm learning right now, but so, okay, so let's say you go to university, and then that's where you have the fraternities, sororities, okay? So, my uncle was a Kappa Sig, I think, or Kappa I don't remember. Kappa Alpha. Anyways, and so it's kinda like the next step, but yeah,
Hmm.
once you get to, like, a 32nd or 33rd, then you have to do nefarious initiation. And then that's whenever the, like, blackmailing starts being really prevalent, where they do the compromising things in order to hold things over you. Just like, President Nelson, the one that just passed away, he
Hmm.
was initiated into the Skull and Bones. He was a bonesman, which is the occult, and
But
that's what
I want to look into like early Mormon rituals, like what you're
oh,
talking about.
girl, come over
Excuse
to
me.
my swim in my waters, okay?
Because I
Yeah,
firmly believe if the church did not want these child abusers sitting in their pews
that's what
teaching
it is.
their
Mhm.
primary classes, that they would excommunicate these predators and kick
Your
them out of
brother.
the church. But they don't. They
Because
Right.
it's
move
based
them.
on profit. They just care about the
So,
money.
but what that tells me is that they don't care about protecting children and they are okay with pedophilia happening in their churches.
And it's because it's a brotherhood that's protected.
I
And that's
mean,
what they're doing generationally is what I was trying to kind of hint at with you.
yeah,
Um,
like does that make sense? Like if they didn't want it in their church, they
then it
would
wouldn't be there.
seek it
Right.
out and they would remove it, but they're not. So clearly it's acceptable, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And that's how they, and also like learning from the Hamlin case, right? This thing right here. I mean, they have roles. They're assigned roles. There's one that's a conspirator, one to like spin everything. They have like just one's a paterfamilias. Like Chad, I would think would be a paterfamilias if he were in this inverted system. Okay, where they openly like they say, "Oh, Jesus Christ, God, Heavenly Father," and you think they're talking about the same Heavenly Father that you think. This is legit. Okay. This is what they were teaching according to the Hamlin daughters. And then, but they're really worshiping Satan and that they're inverted, just like we were talking about earlier, how love is hate. Okay. It's
Mhm.
opposite. Opposite.
Joke's on them. Satan doesn't exist here.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe in Satan either. I left the church and I would consider myself agnostic. I would say that there's most likely a creator. But is he the Mormon
They
God?
do.
Fuck, no, he's not.
They
I
believe
am
in
what,
Satan.
yeah,
And that's
Christians
what
believe in
matters.
Satan. I am what Christians would
No.
call an occultist by definition. And I'm fine with
Okay.
that. So,
Yeah. I've made that thumbnail. It got taken down.
oh, yeah, that'll get shot down real quick.
Yeah. It was like, bye bye. But like, um, oh shit, I
No,
just lost my
pedophiles.
thought.
It's
I
it's
mean, for
spelled
real,
wrong.
what
Prophet
it
is,
is. Yeah, with a F,
P-R-O-F-I-T.
with a F, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, oh yeah, there's the Punisher, just like Gordon Bowen is alleged to be the Punisher, and he's also
The
the
church has
one
always had punishers. Always.
enforcers
Porter
of yeah.
Rockwell was an enforcer and a punisher. And
Yeah, they have the SCMC too. Don't forget about that.
you have
Yeah, the Strengthening
Porter
Church
Rockwell
members.
Boulevard.
Yeah,
Like if you look him up, I can't remember how many people he killed, but he was pretty dang violent. And we have a Porter Rockwell Boulevard, and there's a statue of him, and you would think that he was a good guy, right? But he was like a mobster.
he was a professional assassin. My
Yeah, he was a
actually my
hitman.
one of my roommates was talking about how like one of his great grandfathers or whatever was actually like a bodyguard or an assistant to Rockwell, and he had a ton of stories of just like hits that they would do.
Hmm.
There's some interesting books. There was a book I just heard about, and it's called The 19th Wife,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
it is Brigham Young's 19th wife that left the church, and she wrote an expose, and she talks about all sorts of things. Like she talks about the blood atonement in there and how it's enforced, and she talks about all these people that were murdered.
Yep. Oh crap! I
And
almost
and
fell.
several of them were just murdered because they wanted to leave the church. Like they just wanted to leave, so they were murdered as apostates.
Wild. I mean, they're marking them. Okay. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I think, and it's the certain bloodlines. Like, I believe that, like M. Russell Ballard, he comes from, like, the last name Anderson, okay, which also is related to Joseph and Hiram Smith, okay? But so is, what's her name? Roselle Hamblin.
Oh, Rosie Hamblin.
Roselle
Yeah.
Anderson, Hamblin, Stevenson. So I feel like,
Oh.
they're related, just distant. And then Tim Ballard, whenever Janet Russin said, which made the front page of the damn Salt Lake Tribune the next day after she said this on a freaking podcast, a little baby one. So that's not sus. And she's like, "Oh, it wasn't the ancient prophet Nephi." And I'm like, "Right?
It was his
We know that.
grandfather.
It was his great-great-great-grandfather, Nephi Anderson." I was like, "Oh, shit. You just busted open the door for me, girl." They do hide these things, okay? So and not to mention that Gordon Bowen has Bowen is his last name,
Oh yeah, Gordon
um,
Bowen is
and think about
creepy.
Barbara Bowen Ballard. I don't have access. I'm not paying any more damn money, for the genealogy stuff, so I
Right?
just I
I
I
don't I don't have it either.
I'll find it when somebody else finds it, and I'll credit them. But, like, right here, it says, I remember writing this down in the story. Well, let me skip all the fluff. On September 15, 2023, it was revealed that Gordon Bowen had issued the church statement to Vice News regarding the separation between M. Russell Ballard and Tim Ballard. And if so, it's kinda validates what Tim was saying and his camp was saying when he was denying that the church excommunicated him or whatever, publicly distanced, and so I don't know, I was just trying to figure all this stuff out, and I pull information from different people that I follow, right? From mainstream,
Hmm.
from all over, and so Gordon Bowen is also the one who is alleged to be the Punisher in the Hamlin case. He's also, um, he was paid, I wanna say up to $20 million for that Jesus Icon movie is what Len Packer has dubbed it, that
Yeah, I heard
they
that
ended up having to scrap because it was
because
so
it was so
shit,
bad.
and I'm like, "What kind of movie was it?" Is what I'm asking because
It was a Mormon
that's what
Jesus
we're dealing
movie.
with. This is Jeffrey Epstein Mormon style, okay? That's what this is.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
The
but
Hamblin stuff, it is. It is
yes,
actually
and Tim and
because
all these people, they're elite Mormon.
because David Levitt was involved in that stuff or
Mhm.
named, and
Ukraine.
David
Yeah,
Levitt is
Shalom.
creepy too.
He's not a cannibal though, so you can rest assured, okay?
Oh, good.
Rest
Oh, good.
assured.
Well, at least he's not that.
Yeah,
Yep.
and like the Bishop Pace memo, the Glenn Pace memo, that has been percolating and labeled as secret combination to a Mormon, and so to an outsider, it's, devil worship, it's satanic ritual abuse, it's all these labels, kinda like conspiracy theorists was given out back in the day by the CIA, and, when people start asking critical thinkers start asking questions, and so it's a damaging label, and I don't know, it works, it's very effective, let's just say that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't have it all figured out.
Well, everybody, it's been great. It's 4 in the morning here. I'm gonna go to bed, but it was a pleasure to be on. Thanks for having me. Be cool
Thanks
to
for
do this.
talking.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks for putting up with me for a bit. It'll be cool to do this again sometime because you
yes.
guys are great. Chat's great.
It's plain
So
It's
Ricky's
fun.
plain.
We need to
Thank
talk about the
you.
culty Mormon stuff that the Mormons don't want us to talk about.
Yeah,
exactly.
shh,
But yeah,
you'll never know.
I've been quiet for way too long. I have too many stories.
The girl, they're
no,
hitting the thumbs down as we speak, so
I
it's
know.
okay. We love you.
Yeah, you guys have a good night or
Yeah, you
morning,
too.
whatever time of day it is over there.
Thank you.
Thanks for thanks
Have
for
a good
coming
one.
up. We'll do it again.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh,
So, Kresha, speaking of
yes.
critical thinking, my critical thinking says that, again, if the church didn't have this satanic stuff inside it or surrounding it, it would really do everything in its power to remove it from the church.
Exactly. Imagine what the world could be if they actually did it, everything like we think they are, okay? Like, if
Right?
we're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting for justice and good and righteous, for all the good things, truth, you know, and they're steadily fighting back, back, back. I'm not saying just the church. I'm just saying this is kind of the push-pull. It's very aggravating because the same people that are participating, that I'm investigating, that I believe are actual Tim has been um oh my gosh, the women who have filed, lawsuits against Tim have even been quoted as saying that the anti-traffickers are the traffickers,
Mm-hmm.
unquote. So if we are to take that and just run with it for a minute, it makes perfect sense. And so I believe the women. I believe that statement. I believe that's true. And
Can
I've
you
got research to
imagine?
back that up.
Can you imagine what would happen if instead of the church calling Kirkton McConkie on
Mhm.
their line, what if they called the police and reported, with the child instead of calling Kirkton McConkie and trying to figure out how to cover it up? If they, did the work to reach out to the police instead,
Mhm.
there wouldn't be like all these traffickers for Tim to go be a freaking savior and chase,
Yeah, for it to go on right under his nose.
right? Because probably a
For
lot of
sure.
those same traffickers are sitting in sacrament meeting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Or trying to get back in the church
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah,
he
we're
is.
trying to get back in the church.
And I mean, it is prophesied to fall away. That's what I've been screaming. When I heard John Dehlin say that today, well, I watched that interview finally, or the one about Tim and the deep state.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm screaming at like, yeah, what the F fuck you think I've been saying? That's what that's the church of the firstborn, like
So they
it would be
don't
nice.
believe that there could be a satanic church inside the church.
They don't.
And John
What
says he
more
doesn't
proof do
believe
they
that.
need? Yeah, he also
But
had Massimo
here's
Introvine on there, and he
here's what I
is
think.
he's hold on, Massimo Introvine
Which
is a
is
guy he had
last
on when he was investigating the whole satanic ritual abuse claims back in the day. He's got a video
okay.
on a couple of them, and he's a double agent. You got to do background research into these people. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation. They are
Mm-hmm.
nothing but accused freaking child molesters, okay? So they went and put all their noggins together and they're like, "Okay, well, we'll just create the False Memory Syndrome Foundation and we'll go testify in court." Reminds me of somebody we just,
Mm-hmm.
that testifies in cases, that it's damaging what has been done, okay?
It is.
So
It
it's
is really
like
damaging.
it is. It's profound. And I mean, this has all been found out since, so I mean, I'm saying this because yeah, that's what it came to be. False memories. So when somebody says, "Oh, that's just false memory syndrome," found it or whatever, just no. No, it's not. And I'm understand if somebody doesn't believe in God or the devil or whatever, they do and they practice it and they sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whatever it is, you don't have to believe it. This isn't like coming down to a debate of what you and I believe. It's what they believe and it's what they practice.
I think
And
it's mainly the men that know about it, and it's by invitation only. And
there you go.
so most Mormons don't know about it. And it would also be really, really hard to swallow that you were part of a church that has a satanic church inside.
But
Like that would be
they
really
all
hard to
have it.
swallow.
Every church has it. That's why there's all the stuff with the priest and this goes all the way up. All the way up. And then to see the Mormon leaders go to Rome, and I mean, I've got pictures of Elder Ballard shaking, doing the patriarchal grip. Thomas Monson, they all meet with each other. That's what they do, and
Hmm.
they laugh at us. We're nothing to them. Every time I start
Yeah.
to feel like I'm being too hard, I remember Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, and all the other people that have been murdered in the name of these assholes.
Hmm.
Okay, sacrificing for whatever the hell they need, whatever it is. I'm not in their head, but they've been doing this forever.
Hmm.
Gaslighting us, just and we just say, "Okay." I mean, because it makes you feel crazy, and it's by design. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's frustrating, it's aggravating,
It
but it's
sounds
like
unbelievable.
it does, and it matches the rest of our story for sure. When you're
And
talking
people don't
zombies,
want to believe that there's that evil.
and that's why we're here, I believe,
Hmm.
because a lot of people don't know, and then when you do know, and you really do have to learn for yourself. You have to, like, do the research. Don't believe me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I mean, I know what it looks like in this case, in my life, in our family, in our story, but and so I feel like I have those answers. I have a lot of answers, but will people believe them? That's up to them, like,
Only if they want
mm,
to. If it's too hard
only
to believe, if it's
yeah,
um
that's
if
shitty.
they
I
take it too
remember.
personally, they won't believe it.
Mhm.
Because no
Oh,
one
that
wants to
could
personally believe that they were part of a satanic cult,
or like you were saying
especially when
earlier,
they thought they were Christian.
yeah. You said earlier about how, um, people gave more money to the Michigan, shooter's
Yes, that
family.
baffles me.
Okay, well, no, that tells you everything because they don't want to believe that the people that they sit in a pew with every Sunday are capable of doing such heinous things, and then in
Hmm.
plain sight, okay? It is all in our face. They exploit this, and I can carry this all the way to the end. I mean, I know I don't feel like being on here 8 hours, okay? I'm just saying,
No.
like, oh my god. But, I mean, I can walk this from Chad and Lori, then the judicial system, then it's like everybody that has covered it, they exploit it. CrimeCon, exploit Glenn Beck's
Hmm.
behind it, exploit. He's, doing voiceovers for documentaries like Missing 411. Ha ha ha. We just want to find the children while they're doing their signs and symbols and then killing our children allegedly behind, and laughing. They get off on this shit. It's a game.
I think some people do. There's definitely evil people in the world.
Yeah. And it's the blood.
Detective's daughter said their Mormon neighbor has steered clear of them since she asked about the second anointing.
Girl, right? Hashtag.
Did you get your second anointing yet?
Yeah, got that anointing? You going to the church of the firstborn? Because that's what it was. That's what it is. It's just hey, you made it. And I mean, my theories on it are Lori and Chad, they decided to down payment with their family members, and it freed them too. And they would get money
Mhm.
from it, and they would invest it back into the church, not the church of the firstborn. It's
Mm.
like, and then you got to think how the Mormon church owns beneficial life. I mean, I'm just like, "Oh, this is gross."
They own so many companies.
Yes.
They're more business than they are church.
Oh god. They're business, they're Jesus in the front and business in the back, like a mullet.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, did you ever see it was about in the '80s, I guess, and it was President Hinckley, and, these people gave their testimony, their they on a documentary about how they would have these sex parties and stuff
Oh my
at
gosh.
these. Oh, yeah. I'll get that link for you.
Oh my.
But
I
yeah, it's
know
pretty
that
risque.
President Nelson's daughter
Mhm.
um,
Who was in the
was
same ward as
accused,
Lauren.
yeah, was
Sorry.
accused of some pretty heinous things. And
Yes.
there's actual court documentation that goes with it. So,
And all they do is deny and say, "Oh, it's out of statute of limitations." Um,
mhm.
we vehemently deny it. They do all them stupid words that are
Statute of
telltale.
limitations here is ridiculous.
And
And the
in
statute of
Idaho
limitations
or Utah?
is 21 here in Utah. Like you have to have been able to like digest and understand what happened to you by the time you're 21.
I can't
It's
imagine. And
ridiculous.
that's by design too,
Hmm.
you
And
know? I mean,
statute of limitations is like that in a lot of places. It's
mhm.
21.
Adam Steed is who got it pushed back in Idaho, and then Frank Vandersloot. I read all up on this shit last night, just to know it better, I guess. But I mean, Frank like was going against what whistleblower Adam Steed was saying, and
That's
like
horrible.
writing a
Because
blog.
Adam was talking about his church,
So
their
what?
church.
Yes, and Boy Scouts of America, which he was also a part of. So was Chad, by the way. So is
A lot of people were.
Christopher Perrette. Yeah. My little boy was like, "Hey," and I was like, "No," and I told Jason, I was like, "Look, I'll be a bitch. I don't care. I don't. No, he's not going there. I can't go with him." Like, that's bad, because it's just not the wholesome places and things and activities that you can just turn your kid loose like they did
Well,
us,
you
basically.
expect your kids to be safe, but in reality, the way that the church shuffles predators, um, the kids aren't safe.
Mm-mm. Nope. That's where they pray.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
it's
whether
terrible.
the church intended to or not, it's created this, really
Mhm. A
safe
tra
haven
a
for
traffic
abusers to go and hide.
yeah, a road, an
Hmm.
underground railroad. That is it has some connotations there. I think it's called Conscious. I'm looking for that documentary.
Maybe Tim should start by looking for predators in the church, because I bet he'll find several in every ward.
Especially if he goes and looks in those portal mirrors, he'll see both ways him.
You'll see a predator for eternity, Tim.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That was good, huh? Sometimes they just come out. Um, I'm looking for it. I don't remember the name of it, and I have to think. I have to, like, sit with my thoughts. And nobody wants to sit with my thoughts. They are crazy. But, I mean, I know we didn't even get into it. I feel like I cheated you,
No, it's
but
okay.
I'm glad, and I feel like we at least got to, like, kinda break the seal,
We broke the ice. Now, next time it'll be easier. Next time
right?
we could talk
And
about Tim
Carter.
Ballard and again how they transfer people from one ward to another to hide any type of abuse.
Yeah, that's
So
wild, and they do it in other religions, so
they do.
it's really gross.
It seems like it's a fundamental religious practice.
In fact, I just remembered a detail about how, like, Justin Riggs, who knows all about the Bountiful, sex abuse case or alleged sex abuse ring, he said that they changed the ward lines whenever the stuff came out about Dick and Brenda Miles and,
Oh, I bet they
what
did.
mhm, what's the other guy's name? Something Christensen or something. I don't know. He was a pedophile. He was actually
There's
diagnosed a pedophile.
there's so many here in Utah. It's so hard to keep track of.
I can't imagine. Like, I'm no, I mean, I look in it, so I can't sit here and say I can't imagine because
Oh,
I'm
oh,
like,
spoiler. Do you know what so Utah loves their soda shops, right? And
uh-uh.
so
I didn't know
there
that.
are, yeah, because they can't drink coffee or tea. So we
Oh,
have
yeah,
soda shops here. And we have like cookie shops.
sugar.
So get this, the owner of Swig and the owner of Crumble Cookies has both been prosecuted for messing
Mhm.
with underage girls.
So, when are they gonna let let them out? Because that's usually what they do.
Yeah, so
I
just
mean,
fun fact there.
oh my gosh. Well, and
They're
even on top of
upstanding
that,
Mormons.
Yeah, totally. That blew me away whenever, because I'm learning about the church, I'm learning about the culture and the hot soda, the hot drinks and the coffee and what they can
Mm-hmm.
and can't have, the word of wisdom. And then all the investigators and Brandon. First time I met Brandon, he was just chugging on a Red Bull, and I was like,
Because Red Bull's good, but
all of
coffee is
them.
evil. Come on.
Yeah, I'm
Come
like,
on.
"Dude, like, damn, like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me," like, anyways, but yeah, that's justified, so, I mean, it is what it is.
Hmm.
I mean, I just
Yeah,
don't or
Ravina's
like
right. They
how
don't get any time at all. Like,
yeah,
some people never serve a day in jail at all for assaulting people,
mhm,
especially children.
mm-mm, that it
Hmm.
bothers me. I
And
found
we
it.
have so many cases of judges and fire chiefs
Mhm,
and people in really high positions who have recently been
mhm.
busted for child porn. Like, there's a
Yep.
little town in just outside of Ogden. It's called Tremonton, and it was like three people at once that was arrested. It was their fire chief and it
Mhm.
was a judge, and they were caught in a sting.
Yeah, I did read that. I haven't been able to follow it as in depth, because usually I look at what, Goel,
Hmm.
post on Substack and stuff,
But they're
but
both active members of the church.
do they think they cancel, like, each other out or something? Like, what is going on
I
here?
don't know. I don't know.
Mm-mm-mm. I'll never get it. I'll never get it, but it's like the pedophilia that's going on is more of a generational thing, it's more about control, it's not about being attracted to minors.
I think it's about opportunity also.
Mhm.
The opportunity's there, and if there's no oversight, then they're going to take advantage of whoever they can take advantage in whatever ways they can.
Yeah, and if it's the generational thing, which a lot of the people I've researched are this generational thing where it's what you do. It's like you're passing it on to the next generation.
I
You
don't
you
understand that.
shatter their mind, and then you program them, and you control them. You bring them to the Hamlins and the Hildebrands, okay, and the Tom Harrisons, and you say, "Okay, I'm here to train my kid." You do what
I
Ruby and
cannot
mhm.
imagine treating my children the way I was treated.
Yeah, but you're breaking it. So that's the best thing. And I gotta say, like, I'm not trying to, steal your thunder or anything, because I mean, it just was healing as AF. It was healing AF when, like just recently when my mom and I talked about, Lauren and all the things and she apologized. I was like, "Oh my God, thank
I
you."
bet I
Because
was.
it's like, me and my daughter, we're open about things. So that's, at least in my generation, I can't fix anything. Like I can't go back and remother my children or whatever,
Right.
uh, do it all over again, and nor can mine. But we're breaking those chains. Whereas my mom's mom, my grandmother, she went to the grave without breaking that chain. So that is so good.
It
Like
is
I
good.
could feel it, how it just made it means a lot. I don't know why. I can't explain it. It makes me want to cry. It's deep. And the
Hmm.
spiritual stuff that Chad and Lori did, by marking my family lineage, whether people believe, it was just hocus pocus, whatever it was, they did that. And I feel so offended by that. Like, that is, I don't know, it bothers the shit out of me. Like,
I
how
think
dare you
I think
curse
you're
my
right. I
bloodline?
think that there was some ritual abuse that went on before the murders, and I think that because the prosecutor and the judge are all Mormon, that they don't even want to
Mhm.
look at the possibility that that's in their church,
Or they don't see it.
or they don't see it because they haven't been invited in.
Or
And
it's
so they're like,
normal.
okay, you're weird. But the temple is really weird too.
It's normal, when you see or hear and all these stories over and over and over again, which, I mean,
Hmm.
come on, let's be real. Who has not been diddled or
They
abused?
say that 3 out of 5 girls in Utah have been abused.
My God.
3 out of 5.
Goel said you can throw a rock. You can't throw a rock out of the door, without hitting somebody who's been abused and or abusing.
Uh-huh. Hmm. And
Oh, Lord.
again, the focus is on forgiving the perpetrator,
Mm-hmm. Forgive
like
and
it
forget it.
shows with
Yeah.
sending over $380,000 to the shooter who came in and shot up a church.
Yeah.
I don't get
And
that. I mean,
yeah.
are they sending out memos for other shooters like, hey, we got a plan for you. You don't have life insurance? Come shoot up a Mormon church, and you know what? Our members will give you 350,000 and make sure your family is okay
In a day. And
because
we'll get you funeral
they
potato
love
salad.
the
I mean, potatoes.
perpetrators. Hmm.
Sorry. Yep.
Right? Like
Yeah. The
it may
outlier.
sound bad, like some people, they interpret it as so amazing and so loving. I think it would be amazing and loving if those members sent that money to maybe families who can't leave their house now because their child is terrified of going outside because they were shot at, you know?
Yeah.
That would be more
Absolutely.
loving.
Mm-hmm. It's
But
the right thing to do, but it's
but
inverted.
they'll only minimally take care of their own.
Right.
They see it as a missionary moment. It's not a missionary moment. They're advertising to other psychos to come shoot up the church, and Mormon people will take care of you.
Oh, and it'll pay off. Right.
Yeah, that's how I see it. It's not really loving, guys. And
Mm-mm.
and what is your
You're
purpose for
not getting
doing
into heaven
that?
that way. Yeah.
Right? Like, are you trying to make yourself look good for some reason? Because it looks really weird to me.
And then they compete.
Mm-hmm.
It's a major competition thing too. Who can, yeah. Look, I want to show you just a little bit of this, okay? And then I'll shoot the link to you too. And then we
Okay.
need to end. My butt hurts.
Okay.
But this is the true story of Mormon President Gordon B. Hinckley, and this is on the Conscious Resistance Network, is what it's called. He's a reporter, and he did some good investigative pieces, and it's called TheLastAmericanVagabond.com. And so, anyways, let's just.
Heterosexual and homosexual love affairs at the home on Lakeline Drive, as well as the car lot, an apartment above the car lot on South Main.
Yeah, old school.
There's a car lot at 8 South Main in Salt Lake City, owned by Alvin and Walter Hunter. This car lot was managed and run by a friend of mine. His name is Charles Van Dam.
I've heard way too many stories with Gordon B. Hinckley.
I was raised up in a good Mormon family.
It's not
God-fearing
loud.
A good Mormon family. What does that mean?
And
That doesn't
my
mean
grandfather
anything
was
to
a
me.
judge in Utah.
Yeah,
And my grandmother's brother was president of the Mormon church.
it's on
Bill
every
Ballard
obituary.
Mm-hmm.
And this has to, I think, Hunter Motor. I mean, come on, it's a car sales place or whatever, a car lot. And so is M. Russell Ballard. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you can't be in the same town. It's so mafia. It's so mafia-ish.
Okay, I worked at the car lot. I kept the cars clean and running. Plus, at night, I used to go out and do collection work.
I walked in the car lot several times. Mr. Hinckley and Alvin and Walton were in the office. So, and I was
What?
introduced by Mr. Van Dam to Gordon Hinckley, and both to Alvin and Walton.
Gordon Hinckley and Walton Hunter were very good friends, but it was my understanding that he was the one that provided Walton Hunter with his bishopship. And he used to come around a lot, and him and Walton used to go off places sometimes. They were just typical used car dealers. They back in those days, they used to retread tires that were worn out. and
Bob
turned 3 on his back.
Automotive in Farmington, Utah. Is
Yeah,
where it
Robbie's
was.
But back
next.
then, I don't even think it was illegal.
Robbie's
I want
next.
to talk to Robbie. I
25
want to
years
talk
ago.
to
Okay.
Robbie. He sounds
And
interesting.
25, 28 years ago.
Oh yeah,
60.
that's my boy.
And basically,
Long
they
time.
doped up engines and stuff like that. They didn't do nothing no
It'd be
different.
interesting if like anyone
These
remembers me
people were
going to their
kind of
house
fellows. They
selling
were supposed to be
mistletoe.
good
That would be
Mormons. I
interesting.
understood they were.
Oh Lord, can you imagine? Hopefully it's not the guy that dropped the
Since
towel.
then, I
Oh
have a bit of a
God.
Don't call us, dude.
Ray,
They
please
built
don't call
a
me. I don't. If
apartment
you
above
try
the
to
car lot,
grab me or
which they held
show me your
parties at.
junk,
And then both
don't want to see
men
you.
and women and drinking and carrying on up there.
Drinking and
Most all
carry
the
on.
time.
Women. It's a freaking freak off.
Well, I'd gone up there, yeah, and I'd seen women go up and down there. When I have been downstairs talking, to Walt, they would be a bunch of them going up and down the stairs. I mean, they were all different kinds. I mean, I've seen blacks, I've seen Spanish girls, I've seen white girls go up there, and Walt would say, "Oh, they're going up there to party again."
Well, on numerous occasions at the car lot where they had built this apartment above the office,
It's so quiet.
I did see Alvin, Walter, and Gordon Hinckley go up to the apartment
Gordon.
with both prostitutes, I would guess they were prostitutes, and young boys.
I had occasion to meet Gordon Hinckley on the Hunter
Oh,
Motor
is that a
Company lot
mason
that I
ring, by
was
the way?
managing.
Yeah.
And we
Kresha,
became
there's some
financially involved.
interesting historical data that my husband found, and I think it was in the Old Testament that he was reading, and they used to have practices where a righteous priest would ejaculate in
Oh, that's what
young
David Hamlin
boys
does. Hmm.
to get rid of the bad seed and put in good seed.
That's exactly what David Hamlin was accused of
So
by Brett
I
Wood.
think
Oh
that
my God.
a lot of these are really old practices that they've
Hmm.
chose to keep doing, and I think it's disgusting.
Oh my God. Tell your husband thank you. Right. Oh yeah.
But
And that really.
they think that
Listen.
that's why the priests actually did it for a long time, the Catholic
Hmm.
priests, because it used to be a practice for hundreds and hundreds of years to
Hmm.
do this disgusting
It's
ritual.
it's been like a group of it's started underground, then it moved above ground, but in the shadows. Okay, that's where you get the hidden, the occult. Think of Tim Ballard's new movie coming out, another one, right? Hidden War. If you
Oh my
translate that
gosh.
to occult war, that's what they're doing in plain sight. It's everywhere. Hidden true crime, occult true
Kim
crime.
has done a little too much ketamine, dude.
Well,
Buddy, your visions are not real.
no,
Those
they're
are K
false
trips.
memories implanted by Tom Harrison, asshole.
Those are K trips.
But
I
I
have a
think
really
that's
good friend who does ketamine treatments for depression, and she's like, yeah, I've seen unicorns. She's like, it's a good thing I was going to therapy because one ketamine trip, like, it told her to go back to her ex-husband that she had just left. And I'm like, no, think about this. And she went to her therapist and talked it through. And thankfully she didn't take it as a sign from God to go back to her ex. But it's like, I've heard those trips are like, you can picture anything from unicorns to dragons to God. And
dear.
to you, it seems real,
To a
but it's
dog.
not real.
Telling you to go make pancakes. I'm just saying. I'm gonna play this because this is what you were just talking about, and it's psychic driving.
And actually put
Oh,
these people
interesting.
on their payroll.
Oh,
One of the programs that came out of Operation Paperclip was MK Ultra. Now, MK Ultra was a very complex program that dealt with human experiments and mind manipulation.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
in the church committee, MK Ultra came out as an actual program of mind control using mental, physical, and sexual abuse and psychotropic drugs.
You heard that right.
Diethylamide.
Oh my gosh.
Mental, physical, and sexual abuse. That's what's going on.
LSD.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any researchers in the MK Ultra project.
You know who else did? Allegedly? Elder Oaks. President Oaks.
Really?
BYU. Yes. I mean, he was over it. I don't know if he did any of it. Allegedly. Just out of a figment of my imagination. Okay.
Dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving.
He would give the patient intensive electric treatment. He would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes.
This is what I believe Tom did to people, allegedly.
You're doing fine, just try to describe it.
Charles Manson.
No, you
Mm-hmm.
want to give yourself...
My mother-in-law met Charles Manson.
Oh,
Actually,
oh my God.
Yeah, he was at University of Utah campus while she was there.
Oh, fucker.
And
Nobody
she
explained
said
it to
that
me. Nobody
he
ever
had
asked me
like
if I was willing to do it,
groups
right?
of women around him.
He wanted what around him?
Like, I guess he was quite popular and he had groups of women around him because he was like, he was kind of like an amateur musician also.
Oh, yeah. Beach Boys
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but like the CIA, allegedly, I believe, maybe, that's what LSD was experimented. That Charles Manson was an experiment, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
One
I
of
think
them.
so too.
One of the first, yeah. And yeah, it ties to Scientology and the Process Church of the Final Judgment and Best Friends Animal Society, which is in Kanab, and then
Mm-hmm.
David Levitt, he's behind that. So is Leah Remini. Like I used to
Mm-hmm.
to like joke around when I first started my channel, and I was like, I'm gonna be the Rhea Lemony of the Mormon Church, ha ha ha, because she's the Leah Remini of the Scientology Church, but they're sponsored, so they may be playing ex-cult member while they're infiltrating, kind of like what Tim Ballard
But
and
they
Ken
still won't
Crow.
say anything bad. They won't say anything bad because we're taught as
No,
young as in primary that apostates are evil and you're not supposed to associate with apostates.
same thing with Scientology. And yeah, so so I want to share this. I believe Tim and Ken had already infiltrated Goel. Okay. Goel's been digging into the ritual abuse claims by the Hamblin daughters and others. Okay. And then, so when Ken entered the picture, I was like, oh shit, okay. Because I mean, he works in the missionary department as well. And he's one of the ones who gave priesthood blessings or these blessings to Tim with Tom Harrison. And he had a playlist of my family's crimes, even on his under his name on his account on his YouTube channel.
Really?
I was like, and Gordon Bowen. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is not by chance. This is by design.
It is by design.
And
And
it is.
I'm surprised, honestly, there haven't been more murders by Mormons.
But there's still the abuse. And there's
Yeah.
still, I mean, we don't know. We have no idea. But right. But it's like, okay, who all participated is where I'm at. It's Lori
Hard
and
to
Chad,
know.
but who else? Okay, who else was wearing masks? Okay, who else was performing sex rituals and shit on children? Okay. So like Tim talking
Yeah, how
about
many cover-ups
the
happen? Hundreds of
all the
thousands
time.
of cover-ups
All the
happen.
time. It's happening right now. But Tim talking about Jason Preston. Jason Preston used to speak on the same conferences as Chad, Tim, Glenn. So I mean, I've been grateful that he's been exposing SRA and people have felt safe going there and sharing their stories, right? That's how we
Mhm.
learn. But everybody can be compromised. So I just kind of look at them and I never just make a move, I'm always studying. And it seems like Tim is also, I mean, he's mentioning Jason Preston's name and everything. I don't know if he's compromised. I'm just saying it really, if not, he might about to be. So
Right,
just, I
right.
don't,
They seem to really love OUR.
right. And touted about the sound of freedom.
Mhm.
We're not friendly. But I do appreciate what was able to be exposed right now, We needed it. We didn't want it, but we needed to know and to
Yeah.
have they needed to tell these stories too. This shit is stuff that they shouldn't have to carry. And you don't know who you can trust. I'm not even a victim. I'm just it has to be so agonizing. And I don't know. It's like there's no safe place to turn. And you just want to get this off your
That's a good
chest.
question. Do you think
Who?
there's something more to the ritualistic purity balls?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, have you not heard of purity balls? They are
Balls?
not a
Purity
Mormon
balls?
thing. They're an evangelical thing, but it's
Mm-mm.
really fucking creepy to me because these fathers take girls, I don't know, like ages
Oh,
12 to 16,
I'm thinking
and
of
they
Jim
dress
Bob
them up
right
like
now.
brides or
Mm,
like a really fancy party.
mm,
And they take them as their date. And some of these men even propose like marriage proposals to their daughters with
mm.
purity rings. So they're saying that your father owns you, and until you're married, you belong to your father, is my take on it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just haven't, like, done a deep dive in them. Maybe
Yeah,
we
it's like
should.
pledging your virginity to your dad. It's
Kinda like the
disgusting.
choose the right in the Mormon church, but not really.
Yes.
You gotta find the equivalent to that in the church, in the LDS church.
To the
To what
to the
yeah, the purity ball, whatever you
purity
just said
ball.
it was. Love you, detective's daughter. Mine is too. It is sick,
I
y'all.
mean, everything in the Mormon church is about purity, which is probably
And
why
yeah.
their suicide rates are so high, because when everything's about
Oh,
purity and the church hides all these sexual assaults, what do you think happens to the little girls who grow up knowing that they don't have their virginity because they were assaulted? And the church teaches that your virginity is your virtue, your worth,
mhm.
only thing that you have to
Cupcake.
give to God. Yeah,
Old
cupcake.
piece
You're
of
now a
gum.
licked cupcake.
Mhm.
So I think that is really what's fueling the suicide rates in Utah.
Mhm.
That and
One of them.
how the church treats LGBTQ people. It's horrible.
Mhm. Yep. It's disgusting, and I believe it's by design for sure.
Hmm.
And they tell you not to look at the elephant in the room. I
Just
mean,
put it on the shelf.
what are you gonna do with the elephant in the room? You're gonna if I
Put it
tell
on the
you not
shelf.
tell me not to do something, and I'm doing it, okay? I'm that person, and, I mean, I'm always going the opposite direction, and my mom was like, "Oh my god, I finally figured you out," and this was a couple years ago, and I'm like, "Yes, that's exactly how it works. That's exactly how it works." And, yeah, I do suspect this, Sue, so you are not alone. And UVU, I mean, it's so significant to, uh, Utah Mormon, and the people like Tom Harrison was a teacher there. Um, he taught there till
Didn't he also
2007.
Didn't Tom Harrison also teach at University of Utah?
UVU.
No, Utah Valley University is UVU. There's Utah State University, University of Utah, and UVU, all right here in like a 20-mile radius. So it gets
Okay.
confusing.
Oh shit. Let me go look.
Yeah.
I gotta
But I
go
think
look.
he worked for University of Utah, which is the biggest university here.
Okay. I know that like the one where Charlie was killed, whatever.
Yes, that's
Where Charlie went to
UVU.
Valhalla is what I say.
It doesn't even make sense, dude. Like, come on.
It's a
In a Christian
brotherhood.
sense, like
Mm-mm.
Valhalla, isn't that like a Viking
Glenn
thing?
Beck collected money. He resurrected that 912ers project, which is, I guess, fashioned after his 9/11 or whatever 9/11
Oh my gosh, really?
movement. Okay, I'm not. I don't know much about politics, so I'm very, very new at this. So I'm really tongue tied these days because that's where this is. It's a mixture. It's still okay. It's a theocracy.
Mhm.
And so it's everything, and I hate it.
So
But
Mormonism took parts from so many different religions.
yes, a hodgepodge.
That's why it aligns with so many of the different fundamental religions.
That was me looking for all the things that Chad and Lori believe. I was like, "What
Mhm.
is it? It's like a gumbo or a soup or,
Mhm. Yeah, it's like a gumbo.
potluck."
Hmm?
Damn potluck. Okay, let's see. I have Tom Harrison is well trained in various therapeutic. Oh wait, let me go to an earlier slide. Okay. Oh, let me just read what I have. Tom Harrison is well trained in various therapeutic approaches, including cognitive therapy, psychodynamic therapy, reality oriented therapy, and relationship therapy. Since 77, he has been practicing in Utah with a clinical license. Now, he's retired since then, allegedly, but throughout his career, he has taught at the University of Utah's Medical School, Graduate School of Social Work,
Okay.
and has also instructed in conflict resolution and divorce mediation at the law school since 77. He possesses a postgraduate training in areas such as depression, anxiety, sexual, emotional, and physical abuse, sexual addiction, and post-traumatic stress disorders. He was successfully counseled. He has successfully counseled, oh my gosh, over 3,000 survivors of SA. With a deep understanding of dissociative disorders, he has contributed to the neurotrauma team at 2 hospitals. Harrison works with individuals, couples, and families. His typical treatment duration ranges from 6 to 12 sessions. He also conducts mental health diagnostic interviews and provides consultations, typically lasting 1 to 3 visits regarding sexual intimacy, mediation, legal matters, and trauma-related issues. Known for his personable approach, he addresses relevant issues efficiently and professionally. With over 30 years of experience, Harrison often helps resolve problems swiftly and sustainably, minimizing costs for clients. He is well versed in both traditional psychotropic medications and alternative approaches. Okay, hold on. I hate the way it doubles them and triples them, and apparently, I don't know what number 8. Oh,
There we go.
oh,
Okay.
Daryl Adler.
So it is University of Utah. So that's downtown Salt Lake.
So it's not UVU?
No, UVU is in Orem.
Oh man, it's gonna reconstruct my whole thing. I have to go back to the drawing board. Well, I stand corrected. I'm sorry, Tom Harrison. I've been saying
But
it all
Tom
along.
Harrison was, I think we'll talk about this next time about Tim, but Tom Harrison was hired by Operation Underground Railroad to do therapy for recovery services.
Mm-hmm. That
So
didn't
that's a little
exist.
scary. That didn't exist. Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
exist.
I found this. And so one of the people that helps us, he went to say rescue, but he stopped and he said, heal the brain of the children that have been traumatized. And he says his name is Tom Harrison. Called him a brain specialist on top of that. And here's the script. This is from the excerpt in the lawsuit, one of the lawsuits against Tim Ballard. And so this is supposed to be a transcript of a therapy session with ketamine treatments, okay?
Mhm.
And so this whomever's, which is alleged to be Tom, is, writing this. He feels. So this is what Tim feels. He is stepping outside of himself. He is himself 100% while in K state. While in K ultimate true serum, he can say all he needs to say. God speaks to him, asking, that's Tom saying, asking
God
what?
speaks to anyone that gets too high.
God, Nephi, Tom Harrison, and angels. What do I need to do? Help to prepare myself. Forgive me, Father and Mother. Lori talked about Father and Mother too. With this freedom, which was on Charlie Kirk's shirt and all
Mhm.
the things, I bring love and light. This is a Mason terminology here, or Illuminati, whatever. With this freedom, he effortlessly gives love and light. In this freedom, I effortlessly see and give the love and light to God's connection to the world. Why did you send me here? That's Tim saying this. I just want to help people. What have I done to these people? Oh my God, right? Father, Mother,
Nice.
please protect me. Tom Harrison says, who are you? And Catherine, sister? Anyways, I mean, and so that analysis that I ran, because I
Mhm.
was like, oh my God, it sounds so much like what I was just sharing with y'all. This. I
Mhm. Amy, yes, it's recovery services like substance abuse recovery, and they say that they take kids who are trafficked and put them through trauma therapy, but they don't, and it's probably good that they
right.
don't with the ties that they had. It's probably really, really good that they didn't actually have recovery services.
I suspect that Tom may be tied to the deep state, if you will. And maybe one of those kind of doctors, maybe allegedly, I don't know. Theory. Not ultimate
Maybe.
true serum. Well, it ain't working, right? That's
I
what I'm saying.
wonder, Ravina, if he did actually try to create DID in people on purpose.
No, they
There's been a
do.
lot of
This is
therapists that have done some really horrible things.
that's what that is what David Hamblin, it looks like he did. It looks
Mhm.
like what Jody Hildebrandt was doing. They purposely inflict abuse, causing the child to not be able to escape the abuse. You don't know what's
Well,
happening, right? Oh,
this
yeah.
is this is also interesting too. When I was a kid and had to go to church therapy, they talked a lot about compartmentalizing and putting
Mhm.
things in different
Oh.
places in your brain. And if you do that
Ooh.
too much, it actually creates DID in people.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I wonder. What do you think?
Um, I think
Do you
it's
think
probably good that I don't know, that I didn't do the Mormon counseling. Oh
no
my
shit.
gosh.
Nobody do that. Please don't
Oh
go
my
there.
gosh. Yeah, please don't do Mormon counseling. It just makes
Mm,
you feel worse. And they make you feel like you are responsible for choosing your life before you came here.
yeah.
So
And then
you
next thing
chose
you know,
it.
you've got
Don't
Nephi
complain about it.
and
You know
Moroni.
what? I'm sorry they beat the shit out of you, but you chose that. Just suck it up, girl. That was your choice
What?
ahead of time.
Lindsay, how have you been here in my orbit anytime? I always talk about these people. David Hamblin.
Lindsay, the Hamblins are bad. They're from
That's
Utah
Gordon
County.
Bowen and all that stuff, the Punisher and doing all the I have a headache right now. So I'm just like, ugh. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to talk about too. I have never like successfully done it. Okay. I go to talk about it and it's so bad. And that's just talking about it.
Yeah, it
Welcome,
makes my upbringing look like
Beth.
child's play.
It's
Makes it look like
terrible,
a good Mormon upbringing.
but it's such an eye, like a window into horror, but it gives you like a structure, like something to work with, the context. Kind of like what
Hmm.
you're doing and gonna continue doing,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
really thought that my experience was unique for a long time, and then I don't think it is. I don't think any part of it's unique. I think there are hundreds and thousands of other kids around the valley who were raised the exact same way. And, I know for a fact that there are other kids, because I mean, I worked with other kids at the business habitat. The owner's
Mm.
kids worked with us, and they were like 13 to 16. And then there was another family that lived in a school bus behind the business habitat, and they ran the little cafe inside. And so they had two girls, and those two girls worked with us cleaning and fixing things. So there was a group of 9 kids working there,
Wow.
and you would think someone would have asked why these children aren't in school.
Nobody, just like they didn't ask Jessie why she had duct tape on her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking sad, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and duct tape. Like, oh my God. I don't know. It's like, I swear, it's like
Mhm.
their thing. Yeah. You're not sitting right, I'll tape you to the chair, and then you'll
Yeah.
learn to sit right.
Right. Blanket training, Bonnie Holing, that's Ruby's
Mm-hmm.
sister. I
My
mean,
mom
a lot
didn't
of people do that.
my mom didn't do blanket training, but I remember when my younger sister was an infant and she was breastfeeding, and I think my baby sister bit her, and
Mm.
she hit her in the mouth just like she hit the rest of us in the mouth. And it was
Mm-mm.
so shocking to see her hit a baby.
Oh my god.
Just
Well,
just she
oh.
would take her thumb and her finger, and she would flick it really hard, and it was painful. I'm talking like
Uh-uh.
I had bloody lips more than once from that. And so yeah, it was shocking just seeing that done to a
Girl, my mouth is wide
baby.
open. I'm glad you can't see me. I'm sitting my mouth is wide open. That
Yeah.
is so bad.
Yeah, it's so, so bad. And
Mm.
she did that at church too. She would do that in sacrament meeting. So she did that in front of everyone. Like it was normal.
Well, like if Hamlin's daughters are right, okay, because it's never been proven in a court of law, they claim that their dad, essayed them as infants,
Mhm.
okay, or someone in it's called the Church of Satan within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's a cult within a cult. They go by
Mhm.
CS members or the group.
But
Okay,
with
so
how many child abusers that the church hides, how many times this happens, and they move them around, if the church wasn't aware of the church of Satan inside of it, um, like I don't think it can claim that it's not aware of it,
Mhm.
you know?
No,
Because
I mean, there's different rings of like the Bountiful ring.
there are different
the
groups. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's definitely different groups and cliques inside Mormonism.
I don't
And then especially when you get your clique of people who want to study church history, which is
or like
church
yeah,
history is
non-Zeb,
just a new name for fundamentalists who want to live um Joseph Smith's original teaching.
which is
So,
what yeah, that's what happened
which
here.
is some pretty freaky stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Man.
So, I mean, I'm with you. I think it's there. I think they know it's there. And if they didn't want it there, they would remove these people from their pews and put them on a do not enter list because they can do that. They had no problem excommunicating what is his name? Sam.
Sam
Why
Young.
can't I think?
Yeah.
Yes, Sam Young. They excommunicated him. Like I remember marching up to the Capitol with Sam Young to try and get them to change laws, and
So these
they ended up
despite the overall
excommunicating him.
sorry. I flipped up. I don't usually go on shorts, so I'm like thinking I can flip. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm done with my little rant.
Okay. Just, I don't know, just
All
tendency within the group for high functioning or high achieving lives. There were members who showed signs of abuse and its effects. These members failed academically, took longer than normal to matriculate in their undergraduate and graduate studies, and had extensive mental and physical health issues. The children of David Lee Hamblin were chronically absent or tardy in their school-aged years, a fact which was documented in his divorce. The divorce proceedings also yielded confirmation of the Hamblin sisters' allegations that their father had forced them to ingest peyote, a controlled substance, as well as confirmation of their allegation that their father had moved a mentally ill adult patient, dual relationship, right? He's the therapist, and there you go.
That's not
That their
good.
father had moved a mentally ill adult patient into the family home in Provo, where he forced Rachel Hamblin to participate in the patient's therapy at the expense of her own education. Hamblin's devolution from a respected therapist and member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was also chronicled in his divorce, as well as the investigation by the Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing, DOPL, which resulted in the loss of his license to practice psychology. But he still does.
practicing.
His association
Not
with known
having a
sexual
license.
predators was both professional in his treatment of convicted child sexual abuser Sterling Van Wagenen, and familial in the case of his in-law, which is connected to Robert Redford. Robert Redford, Gordon Bowen used to work for him. Sundance, it all just connects. Timothy Nathan Tuttle, who was convicted of sexually abusing his adopted daughter. The court in Hamblin's divorce found by clear and convincing evidence that he had sexually abused his eldest two daughters, Rachel and Eliza, despite the overall. Okay. Now this I watched on another channel, and this is a guy who I'll just let her explain it because she's
They're
much
taking
more.
it straight from the court documents too, aren't they?
Yeah, I have this entire
Yeah.
case file in my
Yeah, this
Dropbox.
isn't just a rumor. This is a documented
Well,
case in Utah County.
yes. Well, three different counties.
Mhm.
Yeah, like, oh, it's bad. It's bad. Look, I'm sitting here having cognitive dissonance right now. I'm just like, no. I'm thinking about Gordon Bowen and how the girls detail that their dad, like, he did something to piss the group off, and they were mad at him. So a peace offering, if you will,
Mhm.
offered him and Roselle allegedly offered their daughters as a peace offering to Gordon Bowen. Gordon Bowen is like basically a homosexual man in the church. Well, he was, but he's in denial kind of his because it don't
There's a
fit.
lot of people. There's a lot
Just
of
kind of
gay
like Jody
people who marry a
Hildebrand,
woman,
Yeah.
even though they're gay, just to
Mhm.
comply with the church.
Exactly, with the doctrine and whatever. But so he was excommunicated in like 2003. I want to say he was excommunicated twice, but I don't know that for sure. And just know that he worked in Bonneville Communications, okay, which is where Frank Vandersloot bought some of those stations, okay. And then he's worked on Madison Avenue. He's best buds with Mitt Romney. They actually worked on the 2002 Winter Olympics. Okay. He designed the torch and the slogan.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
came up with a slogan. They're friends. Okay. But yet, so what got me going was like the whole, well, why don't they like Tim? Because Mitt Romney left the Senate or whatever, and Tim was going to run for Senate. But Mitt Romney was like, "Eat shit." Anyways, and then
Yeah.
the lawsuits came out, and Tim was like, "Oh man, that was planned. That you just wanted to kill my political, whatever dreams." Which, I mean, really, if you think about it, he was. If you look at the thing we just read with the script and everything, and the psychic driving, he was programmed to do. Okay, to run for
Mhm.
senator, then president, and then prophet. Okay, so in that order. Anyways, but and then remember reading that the night before Tim was going to announce his run for the Senate, he met with Mike Lee at the Salt Lake City airport, and they were devising a plan, strategy, to hatch this thing. And then I just learned that Christina, the non-stalker of Lauren Matthias, might be the niece of Mike Lee.
Oh,
Dun, dun,
weird.
dun. I know that just, I'm like, whoa. So there's that part. Okay. So, and then I want to say Lindsay Hendricks. Okay. Is Lauren related to the Romneys, or she's just maybe family from that area? The fringe area. I love how, if so, it's like, this shit, girl. Okay. You know what Chad and Lori were up to, anyways. If that's true. I just, anyways, she always acts brand new. Okay, so Gordon Bowen was also really close to M. Russell Ballard, as was Tim Ballard. So
Mhm.
I've been told that, or I've read that Gordon Bowen was considered like a prodigal son, whatever the fuck that means to M. Russell
Oh,
Ballard.
that's a big, big teaching in the Mormon church.
Lord.
Prodigal son that returns. He fell from the church and came back. And he's
Oof.
more
Well,
valuable than the child who never left and
well,
never did
guess
anything
what?
wrong.
Guess what his mission is?
Hmm.
To figure out all the secret combinations. You can't make that
Oh.
shit up, man. That's crazy. So anyways, the puzzling thing for me was why and how is M. Russell Ballard, all up with Tim, all up with Gordon, but also he was really behind Mitt Romney when he ran for president, and his major financial backer. A couple of times he ran, right? Didn't he run for president more than once? If
I
not,
think so.
oh,
I think he was going to run for president more than once. Like
Frank
2012 that
Vandersloot,
he ran.
yeah,
I do remember.
and this was the year that M. Russell Ballard like tagged along with Mitt Romney on the campaign trail. And so I just find it fucking hard to believe if Frank Vandersloot does not know M. Russell Ballard,
He
especially when
does.
he was donating millions, right?
He does.
Just saying, it's
They're
like,
in bed
come
with
on,
all the
y'all.
businesses.
Exactly. And I mean, he's the Mormon billionaire in Idaho, Southeast Idaho, Idaho Falls,
Mhm.
Idaho, owns the station cut that whitewashed my family's story. And then Lauren's another one that, I don't know. Do they know? Do they participate? Just pretend like they don't know each other or hang out with each other? I don't know. I don't know how deep this goes, but it feels pretty betraying.
Right?
And
It does.
especially like with having Glenn Beck behind CrimeCon too, and behind the 912ers project, which is what Jason Mao is in. And this is all directing towards this 7 Mountain Mandate, which Charlie Kirk. Okay. I don't really know, so I can't really speak to that. But I want to say he was kind of either pushing it. I think so, because they're all brothers. Wink, wink.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean,
Brothers in
even Cash
arms.
Patel, everything is as it is because that's how they put it. I mean, look what Trump did to everybody. He appointed every damn body. I'm like, really, Rocky? Okay, all right. Let's
Yeah.
go. Fuck it, we're going
Like,
live. Fuck. Yeah. No background checks. Sure. Aye, Captain. And they're all like
you wrote a
forgiving.
children's book? Great.
Yeah,
You're head
Jason.
of our FBI.
And then we have Tim Ballard taking a picture, or vice versa, whatever. They took a picture together, Jason Mao and Tim Ballard. You got Jason Mao taking photo ops with what's his name? Oh shit, it just left me. Oh my gosh.
Was it Mike
Oh my
Lee?
No, but he used to go to the same conferences as Glenn, Tim, Chad, Rod, all of them. All of them. I can't name them all.
Mhm.
And then, oh yeah, like Chad taking a picture, a selfie, and we learned this during the Arizona trial. And he's like with one of the Osmond brothers. Okay, just a selfie with Dorky Chad. Okay, and whatever Osmond brothers. And then wait, Covey.
Stephen Covey?
Yeah. He wrote books with Ken Krogh also. And he's friends, acquaintances for sure with
They
Russell
used
Ballard.
they used Stephen Covey's book for military training. That's how I
Channeling.
became acquainted with it. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. They actually did a
Mhm.
marriage training, and it was like a marriage resort type thing. And the military
Okay.
offered it for free, so I attended it with my spouse. But interesting.
Wow.
Hmm.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear that. Oh my god. If you want to share later.
I'll share it.
Oh my god. Oh my
Mhm.
god, yeah. God, I want to gather all the things that I know, that I've learned from like Lynn Packer and then the Ken Krogh stuff and how InsideSales.com. Um, and he
You know
wrote
who's
books
really
with
crazy is the
what?
owner of Overstock.com, and then the owner of Entrada. He is not
He's
the
what?
owner of Entrada.
Mhm.
Entrada is a local company here, and they do um, property rental property software. They
Oh,
create a
wow.
software for landlords and stuff.
Huh.
But he
My
is
man, I know that
crazy, and
business.
he's connected to Jody Hildebrandt.
Uh-uh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Girl.
He was
Oh
on
my
stage with
god.
Jody Hildebrandt. So
Mm-mm.
all these guys in the tech industry, so I used to work at Thanksgiving Point. I did I did technical recruiting. Um, so I worked
Technically,
for
at least not remotely.
y-
Okay.
yeah, I
Wow.
worked there, not remotely. Um, but I would look for software developers for companies around the valley. So I
Yeah.
I know a lot of this, and I know who they are, even if I've only met them once. But yeah, there's some really interesting business owners here in the valley. Mm,
Wow.
what is his
Oh,
name? I
yeah.
can't think.
Girl.
Another guy, I'm trying to think of his name, and he owns another company here. And well, it's in Utah County.
Uh-huh. That's a effed up county. I'm just
It's
saying.
interesting. I
One of
swear,
them.
I swear people thought I was dumber in Utah County than in Salt Lake County because as a woman. And
Wow.
I don't know how, but I almost always ended up working for Mormons, even though I was trying so hard to get away from the
You live
church.
in
Like,
Utah,
I
Stephanie.
know,
You
I
live in
live in
fucking
Utah,
Utah.
and all these businesses they're like Mormon owned.
And if not, that's like by 1 degree or something.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I mean,
Craziness.
but I never saw a missionary. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah.
See them
I
all the
mean,
time.
I was weirded out by the fact that the Rexburg temple, it's like I'd go outside to smoke at the hotel. I mean, there's only
Mhm.
like two or three, but one that we stay at. And I don't think it's owned by the Marriotts now. I'm sitting there trying to think. But I'd walk out to go smoke and I mean you'd see it just lit up. And so like after the kids we found out their demise, that's when President Nelson announced a whole nother temple in Rexburg. And I was like, why? I mean, what are you doing? Throwing money at it? Like,
They
here you
need
go.
2 temples in Rexburg. Rexburg is not that big. Come
Well,
on
one
now.
of the thoughts was that built consecrated, off of Tylee and JJ too. I don't know what all they do with their consecration and stuff, but the Hosanna shout and it all ties
Hosanna,
in with that same
Hosanna,
kind of
Hosanna to
doctrine.
its highest.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
girl.
remember that.
Freak out. I freak
I
out.
know. I've been to a few temple dedications. And then I've done baptisms for the dead, and that's a trip.
That is a trip.
That's a
I
trip.
want to
It's
undo it. We need to undo it.
baptisms for the dead are so weird because first of all, they have you dress in all white, right? It's just weird, like white underwear and a white jumpsuit. And then they completely dunk you in water in that white, right? And you come back up and it's see-through, and there's everybody sitting on the bench, and there's the priesthood member, whoever it is, baptizing you, and you are wet as wet can be, and you can see everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I figured that.
It was so weird to me. But like baptisms for the dead was a big deal. Like I grew up really, really poor. So they would go to Ensign's Bagel before they would do baptisms for the dead. So for me, it was the only time I would get to like eat out was if I went to this group, at 5 in the morning to do these baptisms.
I know. I need a chart.
What
I
do
need a
they
damn
baptism
chart
for the
too,
dead folks
Sherry.
for? Well, they're baptizing people like Anne Frank, like of course she has to be Mormon. Um sorry, they baptize everyone they can. I'm pretty sure they've tried to baptize Mother
Everyone.
Teresa, Mormon.
He's not
So
very
they
nice either, turns out. We've been lied to, y'all. They lied. So,
they
hey, I
think by
deliver. I deliver, Sherry. Actually, I
no,
didn't
no,
make it.
these
I'm not taking
baptisms for
credit.
the dead, they believe if they are baptized in proxy for someone else, that in the spirit world, basically in spirit jail while you're waiting to go places, purgatory is what everyone else calls it, you have to be baptized and accept the gospel of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Exactly, right?
And they get to play with the dead.
Or you don't or you don't get to go to the 3 levels of the celestial kingdom.
That's the Church of the Firstborn, I think, is in the celestial kingdom, but it's like in the champagne room.
Might be. And then yeah, like you were saying, the celestial kingdom is some bureaucratic nonsense. There's 3 levels to the
NWO.
celestial kingdom, and
Is
I
that
want to know who's in charge. Like, do they have a hierarchy? um,
yeah, it's the
are we
Illuminati.
working still? Because I am fucking tired. I'm
If
done
Tammy
working.
and them are working, girl, well, you're working. So you might as well start training now.
Right? I am not afraid of some hard work, but let me tell you, I
Right?
am done working.
You're not selling damn mistletoe, okay?
I'm not going door to door.
Crap.
No.
I quit for her. Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you again, Sherry. My mind is amazing. You're crazy. But I love you. Thank you. You're right. It just
Lindsay.
gets so overwhelming.
It is really, really weird to talk about baptisms for the dead with other people.
Yeah. Oh my
Thankfully,
God.
we're not actually digging anybody up. Who knows? They may have done it in
Well, they did
previous
Joseph.
times.
I mean,
I don't
Hiram.
know.
They did dig Hiram up.
They did some freaky shit.
Oh, here. Look,
The
I
champagne
just
room, she's talking
oh,
about the celestial room. The celestial room is like the nicest room in the temple. It's literally like a champagne room. It's covered in gold, everything, and it's not gold plated, it's gold. So they have like chairs made of gold and like
mirrors.
furniture, and yeah, it is not gold plated. This is the richest church in the fucking world, and they show it in their temples. Like everything
And
is
you're not
built out of
like, how come you're
marble
not
and the most expensive stuff they can, yeah, like Trump.
okay, hold on. I'm gonna play this real quick.
Okay, so actually
Okay.
held up by 12 golden oxen.
Oh yeah. Those freak me out. I knew something was wrong with that. just as an outsider, I was like, that's very culty. Very culty. Oh, look, I have this.
This normal that we all experience involves hard. And what we have to remember is that that's a part of this life experience. It's what creates your character. It's what creates the stretching and the growing and the developing, is if you'll stay in hard.
No
And this is
sound.
where we need each other. This is where we need connection. You know, you're my new friend, Tom.
No sound?
There we go.
What
Now
happened?
there's sound.
Yeah, it mutes us whenever I
Sorry.
play these. I'm sorry, too. Oh, yeah, I won't play it. I read it to you where Tim was naming Tom Harrison about rescuing children. And if you listen to Ryan Fisher, his interview, I think with Lauren, and he talks about what he explains about Tom's vision of what OUR should be. It reminded me of Polar Express. Big time. Like,
So weird.
and I didn't watch it a lot, but whoa. Mm-mm. It's nasty. I don't know. This is some weird shit. And it's just weird.
Weird. When do you want to do our next part? Talking about Tim and the case that I was involved with Tim.
Today's Tuesday, Satan Taco Tuesday, right?
Satan Taco
Yes.
Tuesday,
Oh,
yeah.
happy Veterans Day. I said it yesterday, but I didn't, or the day before yesterday, but I didn't say it today. Happy Veterans Day, everybody, or those who are veterans. Thank you for your service. I didn't prepare a speech, so I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, do you want to do later in the afternoon, same time? Do you want to do
We can
night?
do the same time if that's cool with you.
11 Central, 10. I told you 12.
Yeah.
We'll never get it right.
I'm
Okay.
an hour
It's been
behind you. It's okay. I was awake.
7 damn years now. I've been having to do mountain time and I failed.
So Carolina, the church actually doesn't help anyone with food who is not Mormon and who is not currently attending services. And they used to have a requirement that they had to pay their tithing in order to receive any from the church. So yeah, they are literally the richest church in the world. They have trillions of dollars. They have entire farms and grocery stores full of food to feed Mormons, but they don't feed non-Mormons. It's actually really heartbreaking.
no blankets for the homeless.
Sorry, you have to say the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the only true church in the world, and then they'll help you.
It's a victory for Satan if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna just keep on keeping on. I say it when I need to. That's just ridiculous. Okay, they did that to fill in the search engine optimization where you can't talk no shit about them in a little comment box. They know they own stock in this. Trust me, they're listening right now. Hey, strengthening church committee, whatever. Strengthening members.
I'm sure the church is stocking Google and YouTube and Apple and everything.
I mean, I was
I'm sure the
blocked.
stock portfolio is like amazing.
Yeah. I was blocked on Tim's X. And I was like, damn, I didn't even do nothing lately.
Lately.
No, I was all up in glory.
I love
I'm
it.
back. I'm back though. But it's gonna take a damn village, yeah. It does. It takes a village. Like 80 hours a week. I swear, because they are movers and shakers, man. Yeah. Well, it is it's a freaking badge of honor. Okay. Man, if you can only picture it, right? I'm just shining. I was like, well, damn, yeah. I don't care if anybody please block me, you know. I don't comment on any. I did comment one time under a comment on Tim's Facebook bullshit, and I was like, oh yeah, tell me about Tylee, JJ. You know, I started naming everybody. I just went down the thing. Oh well. I ain't
Yeah.
got time. That's so takes so much time to do. Just to explain, Lori and Chad is like a fucking circus. I
That
don't
would be a
even
good
know.
t-shirt. I was blocked by Ballard.
Oh yeah. Oh, instead of a cock blocker, right? Oh yeah. I'm not a cock blocker for the couple shrews. I'm just blocked. I don't know. Thanks for the idea. Oh my god. I have so many ideas. It's crazy. We're gonna girdle up our loins, okay? Still. I know
We
Joe.
got this. We're gonna put on our big girl panties
Exactly.
and keep on keeping
Girdling them
on.
up. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
This-
Yeah.
Apparently I chose all this. And since I chose it, I'm really going to talk about it. So
Oh,
it's my
and this.
choice.
Yeah, it is. You better live with it. This right here. This is I got this from a text message from Lori to Melanie Pulowski. Quote, "Will you do this job if your whole family turns against you? That is what the Lord has asked of us. Our glories will be worth it. It will be a sad day for those who chose to oppose us when we work for the Lord and are his valiant warriors. Be strong, my little one. We will be gone in a few."
Okay, Lori.
That's what I'm saying. She's like, "You sure you want to sacrifice? You want to get into the NWO? All right. You can get in the club." I
I think we
mean,
should look at like early Mormonism rituals and see what may line
okay.
up.
Okay.
I think it'd be
Yeah.
interesting.
People have sent me good
Because
stuff.
I
Thank
kind of
y'all.
want to examine my memories
Okay.
from my experiences with what I was
Mhm.
telling you about.
Mhm.
But I also want to research it because I don't understand what I saw.
I've been scared, like, just researching into this stuff because I'm like, "Well, what if I have some damn memories?" You know? What if something triggers me, you know? I don't
I
know how
know
this
they
works.
weren't just random, like
Right.
non-memory memories. Because I called my sister and I'm like, I remember this. Did this happen? And she's like, yes, it did.
Wow.
Mhm.
My brother's 8 years younger than me, so, I don't have any sisters. Thank God.
I'm the youngest from my dad, and then my younger sister's sister. So there's 8 that my mother gave birth to.
8 is enough.
And
No.
8 is too many.
Aw. Well, I mean, I feel a little shortchanged on that because it's just me and my brother, and then well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
I
my
only talked to
dad
part of my
had
family.
Huh?
You've, I said, I only talked to part of my family.
Right? That's
You're not
good.
missing out.
Do what you do. Mhm. Yeah, he went right into hiding. I have a memory of that oh, I thought you meant of a cow. I was like, "Yeah, me too." Of that cow fountain that
Ravina, you
was
didn't know about
ooh.
the oxen holding up the baptismal font? Is that what you're talking about?
And Amy says, "I'm beyond proud of you, Stephanie, for speaking out on this and sharing your experience." I am too.
Thank you, Amy. Means a lot to me.
I know we kinda went we pulled off the
We went
earrings
everywhere.
and you're so pretty today with your
Thank
red
you.
hair. So beautiful. Loin fire loin. There you go. Oh my
I don't
gosh.
know. My seminary teacher used to tell me that there are no redheaded angels, and he's never seen redheads depicted in heaven. So I probably won't
Mm.
go there.
I mean, I have that in my family too, and I have green eyes, and I'm also Rh negative.
Yeah,
And
you're an
yeah,
alien.
I'm an alien.
You're an alien.
Well, so there's this other channel I follow, and she actually, her name is Esoteric. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the rest of it right now. Esoteric. I don't know. And anyways, I have seen her on another channel, and I reached out. Um, but anyways, it was a long time ago. It was before the trials in Arizona. So she I've been watching everything and everybody that's covering, Lauren, the whole hidden true crime thing. And anyway, so I was like, oh wow, she's covering it. And Gypsy, she's done Gypsy Rose too. So I'm just like, okay,
Really?
we're just a Mod Podge too.
Interesting.
And I mean,
She's an evil little gremlin,
I know.
is
I
my
love
opinion.
Dipshit. That's my
Yeah.
favorite.
Dipshit.
And I saw that Becca Scoops did. She's kind of going in this angle too with the controlled kind of narrative thing. I gotta go watch it. I haven't seen it yet. It was
I
from
haven't seen
yesterday.
her latest one.
Me either. So, but anyway, so the Esoteric Atlanta is her name, and I ended up in her chat the other night, and anyways, and I basically derailed it. I feel so bad. That's never my intention. I'm just like, hey, I want to participate. I want to talk smack in the comments like y'all do. I'm jealous. And
It's fun to
anyway,
talk
so
smack in the comments.
it was like she was talking and I was typing, just to answer her back. So I was like, yeah, I've been a subscriber of yours for a long time now. She's like, oh my God. But it was just really awesome to hear before she knew I was watching, or would run across
Yeah.
it. It was just, I don't know. Good to get people outside of your normal circle, that I just wasn't expecting her to cover it.
That's cool.
And so we're
That's
gonna,
cool she did.
yeah, we're gonna collab too. So she
Heck
knows
yeah.
more about the RH negative stuff, and I'm like, oh my God. Because I haven't had a chance to dig into it because all this stuff happened. And I mean, I knew whenever I was pregnant with my first child, at 28 weeks, I had to have a shot. Then after I had him, and then after I had Ashlyn. But
I'm so thankful I didn't have that.
oh man, it was crazy. I always thought I was O positive until I had the baby. But and so I told my mom one time, I think I just shared this with y'all recently, that I'm like, I mentioned the RH negative thing, and she was like, she looked dead at me, like so serious. And she said, Kresha, your dad is your dad. And I was like, that's not how it works. Like, I'm not doubting that he's my father, I get it. We resemble one another. Like, I get it. But oh my God, mom, that's not how it works. You don't get it. So
Genetics are
I
hard
want to
to
know.
understand. I
Yeah.
don't understand them. I don't claim to understand it.
Especially if they're not, if my parents aren't negative,
Yeah, that's interesting.
Jason is too. He's negative.
Oh.
2 negatives make a positive, they say.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. 2 wrongs can make a right. No, I'm kidding. Well, thank you so much for having me on. And I'll text you and then we can schedule the next one and talk about Tim Ballard, and maybe we can be a little bit more organized.
Yes.
This was a good icebreaker.
Right? It was. I'm so glad. I've learned so much today and got to get more out. As long as the conversations are having, right?
Great.
Okay. Okay. I'm reading the chat too. So I'll Holly just a second. I do want to know more about this, but oh, you are Detective's daughter? Oh my gosh. Well, anyways, all right. I'm gonna get off here too before I get kicked off because I've been streaming too damn long. Got them hidden true crime streams.
Hasn't been that long. Thank you, Kresha. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I appreciate it.
Oh no, it's been an honor. And so we'll try again tomorrow. I mean, we'll go again tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I mean, 11 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Mountain. And tomorrow we'll be talking about Tim Ballard. Timmy?
Hmm.
Oh, no.
Ballard.
And I'm also gonna her name is Bernadette McCandless, and she was in the chat Sunday night, and she actually worked in an orphanage in Haiti
Oh, yes.
of
Did you get a hold
Tim's.
of her?
She I've got to return her Facebook message. Yeah. Oh my
That would
God.
be
Like,
super interesting
yes.
because
That w-
there's not a lot of like actual data on OUR. Most
Mhm.
of their stuff is self-reported, and there hasn't been anyone else to go behind them and verify their self-reports are even accurate.
Especially she says she has knowledge about Gardy Marty. And am I saying I always do it
Yeah, Gardy
backwards?
Marty. Yeah.
Okay, Marty Gardy. Yeah, Gardy Marty. And yeah, I'm chomping at the bit. She's done, I think, an interview on Hidden True Crime before
Oh,
about Chad
interesting.
Daybell stuff, and on Mormon book reviews with Mormonish, I think. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was like during the Idaho trials, but very interesting. She's got a really beautiful accent. So I'm just, yeah, anybody. I'll talk. Yeah, I can talk. So, anyways, all right. Well, same time, same place
Same
tomorrow.
time tomorrow. Thank
All
you.
right. You want me to kick you out of here, or you got it?
I got it.
Okay. I'm gonna address this real quick. Bye, girl. Um, yeah. I didn't know that. Our chat or somebody else's chat? Or Jolene Lunzer. I don't know who that is. But yeah. Uh, yeah. I found it on Reddit. Actually, I had another creator send it to me via email, but I believe it's on Reddit. I think because it was shit talking Georgia McKay and El Mom and me. If you call that shit talking, I mean, I was like, come on, that's all you got? Damn. But she's still shitty for doing it. But I remember seeing Liz Johnson's name all over, but I don't know who that is. I'll talk to anybody. I also need to answer. Oh my gosh. I went to answer a email last night and I passed out, and I had like a bunch of letters, numbers typed. And when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh my God. So I just thank y'all for the tips that are coming in. They're very helpful. It's just like so much to process and try to factor in. It's a process, but especially the person who sent me the stuff about how it connects to Jerry Falwell and that whole arm of it, because I've been like eyeball deep in Mormonism since 2019. So I haven't been able to look at anything else as in other religions. So that is very helpful because it's going to smash right into the 19 what's it called? What is it called? Let me pull it up. I already had it pulled up. Oh, no, I didn't. I done closed it. The 1985, I want to say, Family Manifesto. I shared the link in the chat earlier, and it's to Mormonish, and where they had covered these kind of documents that tie into the family proclamation, Jerry Falwell. Yeah. So I know that's where it's going to smack straight into. So, but it seems she wants to. Yeah, I would love to. I mean, you send emails. I mean, I'll just know, that I don't have a producer, and I'm very like, I feel bad if I just send somebody like, okay, thanks, like I don't want to be short. So if I do that, okay, because I'll have to force myself if I want to get through these damn things. Um, just know it's better. I don't want to just leave people hanging, Oh yeah, she's awesome. I love her. I love her work. She's good at what she does. I still didn't get to watch that other video though. Her latest one. Yeah, y'all send them in. And yeah, she was a mod for a long time. I remember that name from a long time ago. I've been putting together a montage, I guess you could say, because I screen recorded a lot of the Lori Hellis, Lauren live streams. Okay, because this is when they were really prime at pissing me off. So that's funny. Oh my gosh, vexatious parrot. I'm hungry. All right, I can't even talk. Okay. Anytime that Liz is brought up, I know, I think it I do too. And then I was like, Johnson, that might be related to her. It's her maiden name. Anyways, yeah. Y'all all come up and then we'll just have a whole like panel and I'll just have to mute myself. And that's fine. Just let y'all all talk. Cause holy shit, they'd probably cut the cord to the internet. Okay. I know. And my email numbers, yeah. You better be good. All right, y'all. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting Stephanie and me, the channel, the work, whatever the hell this is. It's crazy. It's satanic. I know. But it's not like it ended up with, cherries and rainbows and butterflies and, it ended up with a bunch of dead people prematurely. So thank you again, Miss Mojo Rising. Thank you, Sasha McLean, for becoming a new member. Nicole Moon 58. Thank you, Carolina Hurtado. Oh, you're so sweet, Carolina. Thank you. And another one. Thank you. And I love this name, Stinkbug Potato. Potato. Or here from the South, Louisiana, patat. Okay. And thank you again, girl. Thank you. And then Sherry, thank you again. Keep up the goodies work. I need a chart. I know. Matching names to companies and family interrelation. Oh my gosh. I can't talk all that right now. My mouth is like, stop it. Anyways, I've been trying to work on that for 7 years now. Okay. It just don't work. It's like by the time I get to, the bottom of it, I'm like, I forgot what happened at the top. I've got plenty of this stuff everywhere. It's just, I always feel like it's incomplete because it is. But anyways, all right. Justice for Tylee. Oh my gosh, right? They've been on my mind a lot. Yesterday and today. And I just really wish they were here. For real. Also, yeah, I'm thinking too. The source that I have, I ran it through my AI so it could help me do it without spilling, without making myself or outing my source. So I got my AI to help me compile something that, so it shares the information without sharing where it comes from. And that's my only job, is to protect the source, appreciate the source, pass on the info, and let it rip, right? I didn't do it. Somebody else's actions and lack of not, like accepting responsibility, accountability, and just continues to rip and roar like she is wronged. And her husband is right there to back her ass up. And y'all need to go catch the burnt toast live stream from last night too. It was pretty good. And all right, let me go. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof. See you mañana.